Nova Scotia's EMO asked to use the hall as a registration centre for residents of Portapique who had fled their homes. An RCMP officer was posted here in a cruiser. By this time, police were on the hunt for the shooter, who they knew was impersonating a police officer. At 10:30 a.m., 2 RCMP officers fired multiple shots outside the hall. Sources have told CTV News the officers thought they were firing at the suspect when it was in fact a fellow Mountie.
This program is brought to you in part by...
Why don't you get yourself some turned-down collars, Poirot? They're much more the thing, you know.
The thing, Hastings? Do you think Poirot concerns himself with mere thingness?
No. No, I see that.
The turned-down collar is the first symptom of decay of the grey cells.
You know, I just think if people keep pushing, I can't, first of all, thank enough all of the hard work. There's 3 fellow YouTubers who are working very, very hard with me on this one. Rage in the Cage, Steve LTT, and Just My Stupid Opinion. Just plugging them, sorry. But they are fantastic guys, really been busting their humps here. And, you know, stepping up to the plate, because there's a certain amount of risk saying certain things. And also, likewise, all of the people who are volunteering information and time, which is, like I said, over on the Discord or sending me anonymously information, it is fantastic.
All right. So how's everybody doing? Oh, look who's here. Goodness me, oh my. How are you doing, ma'am? Yeah, what is the thingy? I don't know. G, Dave, Weed, Harles with the thingy. I don't understand. Sounds bad. Mike, Tara, of course. Good to have you in the house. Good to have you here. Stan. Now, I want to try and just make some smaller stuff and break it down into some things. And I need your help because I'm trying to understand that picture that I was talking about yesterday and the orientation and how that picture was possibly taken. So I thought we could kind of go through the, you're never here. You know, that happens. I'm sorry. You have a busy life, ma'am. A little Miss So. Dave's here. Dave's not here, man. All right. So the picture we were talking about yesterday, of course, was this picture, right? And I'm trying to understand how this is, how this sits. Of course, we got the crop version, which apparently was listed on the internet, but I'm having issues with that. I don't know if anybody's been looking into that at all. So you can use TinEye and other reverse picture searches and go through it and then go through the articles. I haven't had a chance to go through much more on that and had a great conversation with individual this morning. So thanks for that. And also thank you for another conversation I had. I don't know. Can I ever say? You'll watch later? Can't hear. Can't wait to hear. All right. Well, have a great day, little Miss So. Now, so if we look at this picture, I'm trying to understand what's in this picture versus the cropped picture. The cropped picture, shall we bring that up too? Just so we kind of get a little bit of a, where's that? Here's the one they want everybody to see, which of course you don't get anything except just the SUV sitting there by itself. In reality, we're talking about this. Now, we've got some background stuff. We have some things that we can maybe have some orientation. So some items that I was looking at were the chain link fence. So I'm going to count on you guys to help me. Anybody who doesn't watch this live, please leave your comments below. Those of you who live in Milford or Milford area, visit there. Perhaps there was an individual I was speaking with this morning. Maybe they might go and help with this, which would be amazing. So we can all kind of understand what's going on. All right, so we've got some orientation items in this picture. We have what appears to be shrubbery in the foreground here. In the background, we have what appears to be some kind of a power box, or I don't know what you call these things, a transformer or something like that. And also a gate in behind that, or a chain link fence in behind that. So I can't go wrong with any reference. Super Dave. Okay. Now, so let's go through something else here. Now, I've been asked about this. I cannot disclose this at this point in time, just because I think that would be wrong. I'll wait a while. Hopefully somebody will come out with this. But I think it's okay to discuss a couple items in it. So 32.17, Constable Morrison, 32.16. So we're going to go through this because I think breaking this down into its individual pieces, looking at it, the evidence that we've had up until this point, does it fit? Okay, so today we're going to deal with Milford. 32.16, Constable Morrison arrived at the EHS station in Milford, Nova Scotia, and pulled into the parking lot and exited his vehicle. Much redaction after that. Not exactly sure why that is necessary, but apparently once I'm feeling like it's comfortable to release some of this stuff, you're going to see some horrific things, which frankly, actually, I think may be illegal. This re-redacting of unredacted information ruled to be viewable by the public, but you know, who are we messing around with here? So he pulls into the EHS station, arrives at the EHS station, pulled into the parking lot and exited his vehicle. Much redaction. 32.17, Constable Morrison tried to get inside the EHS station, but no one was there, and radioed again for help and that he was at the EHS station. Constable Morrison thought about what could happen if the suspect, Gabriel Wortman, followed him, and how he would be a sitting duck in the parking lot and grabbed the rifle and went behind the EHS building. Not his rifle, but the rifle, and then went behind the EHS building. Constable Morrison could see Highway 14 and the gas station and saw black SUVs with police lights traveling close to where he was, and then travel towards the scene where he understood Constable Stevenson to be shot. Okay. Is that enough information? Did everybody get that? Now, if we pull up Google Earth, so I was told that there could have been, those of you who have been watching since the beginning will know that I had been saying that there was something that happened down in Milford, and it appears that that has now come to pass. Now, what I understood was not very clear. I understood that it could be here. Those of you who know this area, so this is 102 right here, right? And this is Highway 14 running east-west, connecting Highway 2, which is this kind of non-straight line here. What I understood was that it could be over in this area, which would be the park and go, I don't know what you want to call that, carpool lot. Apparently it's a carpool lot. I need obviously any direction that you guys can have. And so it's not that. I also had heard it was the EHS station, or possibly here. I don't know what this is. I think it's some kind of community hall, something to that effect. There's a pond. Now, if we're looking at the EHS station from above, what do we see? Well, what I see is possibly a power box in the back here, which looks to be surrounded by a fence. I also see a great deal of trees around the EHS station. When I put my guy down here, street level, let's just say, can I see highway, what does he say? Highway 14? So that would be looking north. I can see it if I'm parked right here on the outside of the road. And that's about it. I can't see it from anywhere else. So looking at the picture, given the fact that we have some markers which we can orientate ourselves with, I don't see a box that is, if you look on the back here, it looks to be surrounded by a fence, maybe. And there's not a fence on the background of it. Are you following what I'm saying here? Everybody's talking about Super Daves and Martys and I don't know, Smarties. Okay. But you can't see the highway. One would be my first observation. Two, what I'm seeing here in this picture, there is nothing that matches the markers, the orientation things that I'm seeing. If the box perhaps were in the chain link fence, maybe it could be this box back here, but then again, you have to have the shrubbery. So what is the angle that this picture is being taken at? The road appears to be paved. So we're not talking about a gravel lot. We're talking about a paved lot. So the other two locations that I was told about, in fact, there are no other real paved lots in the area. All the rest of them are gravel. Okay. So this must be where he's saying that he is, but I'm not seeing how this sits. Maybe that's why I'm asking for your help. Well, not maybe. Because it doesn't seem to fit. Are you following what I'm saying? We've got, I wish I was good with those kinds of things. Adrian's good at it. I suppose I could do some kind of, let's see, I could do something like this. If I took a picture of the station, okay. I did do this. kind of. Now, there is what appears to be, where's this draw function? Something surrounding the box here, right, on the outside. Oh, that doesn't work, you bastard. See, this is why I can't do this kind of stuff. A techno balls. Pen, here we go. Okay, there seems to be something surrounding the box. Okay. But that doesn't fit. Plus the angle at which this is taken. The box is on the right-hand side. So that would mean what? He would be facing this direction. Oh, how do I do this? Correct? So there is no shrubs here, right? That seems to be a bit of a problem. And then the fence seems to be a bit of a problem. And the fact that the picture was cropped, why did you have to crop it? Were you hiding the license plate? Am I just seeing shadows, spooky things? I don't know. Let me know what you guys are thinking here. Let's see what I'm making sense. Okay. Well, you have a biased opinion. I can't ask you. Actually, I know you would tell me if I was totally out of it. You're pretty good that way. Well, you guys are all having like a little visit. I'm asking for your help here. They think we're stupid? Yes, they do. They really do. Any of you guys catch the show yesterday I did? Leading you into some bigger issues. It was a good show. I was told by a couple people who kind of know certain things. They said, oh, time for the dash cam release. Morrison's is first. Absolutely. Time for any video release. Time for these stupid pictures that seem to be conveniently placed and cropped and taken from good angles and people standing in certain places and cars parked in certain places. I think we got to get rid of that. I think we got to do some video. Video, no more stills. You know, the stills, nah, they're just not cutting it. Oh, don't worry. You can't see. What's my favorite one? Roops. Do you guys know Roops? The Roops surveillance photo? Oh, my Lord. They're all pretty atrocious. But it's all how things are framed. If you look at them in a certain way, then you can see it. For instance, the Roops picture. Let's see. We'll do that. While you guys are thinking. I'll leave it with that, right? The Roops picture, here we go. How convenient is it? What do you see in this picture? First of all, I'll tell you, this picture is absolutely cropped once again because we're missing timestamps, date stamps. And what do you see? Well, you see that there's an RCMP car. Do you know what time that is? Do you know what day it is? Do you know what car that is? Do you see a number? Do you see a driver? Do you see a push bar? Do you see what I'm saying? They frame everything up so you just can't quite see exactly what you're supposed to see, the truth. You work this out. Check Morrison channel. Okay. Let's check the Morrison channel. Hello, Mr. Moneypenny. Okay. Where is the Morrison channel? Is that on, which server is that on? I don't think that's on this one, right? That's on over on, who is that? On Mark Rods? Former utility employee transformers are generally put where they are accessible for switching and maintenance. Thanks, Harles. Okay. We'll hopefully have some photos from down on the ground soon. But those of you who also feel like volunteering, I haven't heard back whether they will or will not, but they did offer, so. Gabriel Wortman dead. Why do we not have text messages, emails, hurting feelings? Oh, because it's an investigation, and possibly that may hurt families. I do agree. The idea is obviously not to hurt families, but if families have questions, which funnily if they do, you can't really hide behind the fact of we don't want to hurt your feelings. Videos give more perspective. Yes, well, this is why they have never issued a video. You go to Truro, I think anybody who lives in Truro knows that there's a lot of businesses he drove by. You don't have a lot of photos. When he was driving down the 102, there's a big, gigantic set of sticks, funnily enough, with, I'm going to say, 9 video cameras on it. Don't have that. I'm going to be looking here for the Morrison channel. I'm looking. See, I think this one's actually ordered in by name, alphabetically. This is what happens when you don't have very good organizational skills. Other people come along and they're like, your system sucks. And they do a great job, which is awesome. Now, thank you very much, Mark Rod. Thank you very much, Julie. Okay, where am I scrolling to, Mr. Moneypenny? You think it's a heat pump corner fence post in behind? Main server. Oh, it's on the main server? Okay, let's go to the main server. Is there a Morrison channel? I suppose there is, isn't there? If I could find it. Constable Morrison. Derp. Okay. It's right there in front of you. Where's my glasses? They're on my head. Okay. So let's go back and go through Mr. Moneypenny's theory here. How far back do you want me to go? Confusion about Morrison's location. Okay, this looks like something really good. Hopefully I can read it. Let me get my glasses. Give me one moment, please. Where the hell are they? Oh, right here. They're not on my head, though. I know that. I never wear these things. I don't know why I bought them. Now, so we've got a citation from an earlier warrant. Gabriel Wortman went on a killing spree, killed more than 15 people during the night, April 18th. Okay, so we'll skip ahead here. I don't know what the hell that is. Go away. Shubenacadie, Wortman shot Chad Morrison, who survived, and then proceeded to shoot Constable Heidi Stevenson. Highway 2, exit 9. Okay, so this was the big confusion right at the beginning, right? And I was kind of a bit of a stick in the mud, but I thought, well, no, that's Milford. And I think everybody was basically agreed on that one too, which is awesome. Exit 9. Okay, so we got that. All right, then what do we have over here? Constable Morrison was waiting for Stevenson. Okay, I don't think this is not what we're going to deal with in this video right now. if you don't object. Their assets, it's our assets. So all of this is our stuff. They can give it to me, or they can give me my underwear. I want it back. Go to the bottom, latest post. Okay, thank you. So we will go to the latest post. Okay. The latest post is from Tank, or do you want me to go above Tank? 2121 states exit 9, highway 2, exit 9, carpool lot, and exit 9 is also close to highway 224. Would make sense. HS as CM to meet this location would be easier to access 102, 224. Realize that this has been discussed. Is that what you're wanting? EHS is latest post. So I don't have the latest post. Is that what you're saying? It's not. Are they messing around with my Discord thing? Probably. Let me check. Let me check here. Your latest post. Okay, so I'll scroll up. All right, so we have some pictures. Thank you. I have some interesting pictures too. I should dig out and see from a while back. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so thank you. Okay, awesome job. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so can we make this bigger? Or am I just blind? Let's do this. Thank you for making that. Now, how do I open that? There we go. All right. So there is a fence there. Excellent. The fence we can see. What is this, though, on the ground? This power box, blue-looking item. That doesn't appear to be there. You're saying that's not? You're saying that's actually supposed to be white? Possibly, I guess it could be. Okay. Yep. Yep, I could see that. Now, what is and the shrubbery is the shrubs down here. When was this picture taken, Mr. Moneypenny? Of the air conditioner unit? Time for the girlfriend to talk. Good luck with that. Don't you know? She's been abused. That's what they're going to use. Okay, now I'm not getting comments. This thing is slow, though. Let's watch it on over here. Okay, Google Street View 2018. Excellent. Okay, I can see that. It would be great to have a closer up view. But then his point in the warrant, would most people agree, about where is this? Constable Morrison could see Highway 14 and the gas station and saw SUVs with police lights. This is Highway 14. So let's go back to Highway 14. I'm gonna get out of here. I don't need that. Get out of here too. Get me. Is it possible to see Highway 14 through a building, through trees? Can he see through this area here? Is it? I guess maybe. I don't think so, though. And equally, this would mean that the ERT vehicles, black, were coming from the south. Does that make sense? Someone say heat pump. I'm not familiar. The RCMP don't use restricted plates in Nova Scotia. When I was on the Enfield, I guess, volunteer fire department. Thank you for your service, Weed. That's awesome. They had to use restricted plates on the trucks. I thought police did the same. Does anybody have any feedback on that one? Now, let's try this. So Highway 14 is the one that's running up towards the top of the screen. Well, let's take a picture of, say, here. Okay. And let's try and just do a line. I think you'd have kind of a difficult time seeing Highway 14. Or is it just me? Could be. I've never been there, so I don't know. I thought I'd ask because you guys do, and I'm having issues. Mr. Morrison, for some reason, and I obviously don't wish to be deprecating upon anybody, but maybe he's just an innocent victim caught up in all this of the RCMP white shirt garbage, which is possible. Because his statement, this was from an interview on the 21st. And I believe they said that they took a statement from him initially, too. Do you guys remember that? That seems to be missing. So this is after he got home. I know that the CBC wants to lie. They have lied and said that he got home on the 21st, which is bullshit because we all know that he got home on the 20th. With this big parade, professional photographer parade, like this photo. Equally, his vehicle would have pulled in straight. He would have tried the door. He thought he was a sitting duck. I don't know. I'm just trying to piece it together in my head. Okay. I don't know if the chat's just stopped. Do you guys think he can see through to Highway 14? Mr. Moneypenny? Your photo, which is excellent. Thank you. Do you think... Hey, Paul. Did we lose Mr. Moneypenny? Possibly. It is April. Those are what appears to be deciduous trees. He doesn't indicate. It does say somewhere in the news, right, that he was hiding behind the building? Oh, he did it here. It does 3217. Yeah, that he would be a sitting duck in the parking lot and grabbed his rifle and went behind the EHS building. Grabbed the rifle. The rifle. He thought he'd be a sitting duck. His shooting was supposed to take place over 5 minutes drive away. He never mentions that he thought he was pursued. So he drives to the EHS station, not thinking that he's pursued. He drives straight in, to which, let's see here, the side of the building. Let's try that. I suppose it'd be visible for like 2 seconds. Oh yes, great. Great eyes. Yeah, possible. Oh, but hold on a second here. So was that taken from the street then, this picture? The angle. He's facing this direction. Where would this picture be taken from? Through the trees? He wouldn't be very visible, and he's hiding behind a building. I suppose I'm just being nitpicky at this moment, but anybody, like, you just drive right on by. You'd have to be like checking every side building, because you'd only see that for 2 seconds, not even driving at speed. Okay, sorry. Scroll down, possibly. Okay, my view of the image Morrison puts out in public. I would lay my assets. I bet he's a dirty cop, big time. Can't hide body language. There's something funny, I would say, about Mr. Morrison. Something funny, and the fact that they don't even have a handler with him to come along and give some kind of a public statement. No, we just got to shut her down as usual. Scroll down on your, I'm presuming you're meaning on the Discord. Okay. Does anybody know anybody in the Milford area? Oh, excellent. Oh, this is fantastic. It would be very interesting to see if there is I suppose you might be able to see. You can't see the, you can see the roof somewhat. And these are pine trees, so even if it is April, we're going to still be in the same boat. Predominantly pine trees. Okay, now we're down into Gaze River. Not a chance he can see that far. Loomis. So without the foliage, he could likely see 14. I'd think he would definitely be able to see the lights of the ERT vehicles. Yeah, that's possible. Okay, I'm just trying to farm ideas here. You know that Trudy shut down this investigation and supports the narrative. He gets rid of guns. The guns thing is really a non-starter for me. I understand that may anger some people, but the legislation was in place a long time before. It really was nothing. Whatever they're covering is something much, much, much bigger. There are a lot of deciduous trees. You know, it's funny because I actually had to use this word the other day, deciduous. I hadn't used it in a while. I was laughing. Okay, well, maybe, so we don't have anybody here. Nobody here who knows anybody who's in Milford. Are we still down to this? Nobody knows anybody in Milford. Or can reach out to somebody who might know somebody. So apparently this was quite public. Somebody said that it was quite a neon scene, or sorry, a neon sign. But I'm thinking if he's in the back of the building, and yeah, if it's roped off with EHS tape, as I was told, and there were police cars there for 2 days, I guess people could see it. But why are they there for 2 days? Every other crime scene they want to investigate, they close that down really fast. Really fast. I don't know anyone in Milford, but I'm not far from the area. Possible, Dave, to take some pictures. I don't know if they're going to get pissed off. Frankly, I think it's public property, isn't it? Hey, Jai. I think it's public property. I think people can go there and take photos in the parking lot. I don't think you're trespassing. Because it would be very interesting to see if he could see through to Highway 14. The lights, yes. He would be able to see. But then this brings up another point. The vehicles are clearly the ERT vehicles, he says, are coming from the south. Does that fit, do you think? Does that fit the narrative? Green bastard. How are you doing? Yes. It appears Moneypenny's tracked that down. Thank you very much for that. It looks as though that may be, in fact, the case. Where's Moneypenny's picture? Here we go. I don't know. Is there a sticker? This thing here appears to have a sticker. I'd like to see if there was whatever this UPC symbol or something up here is. Now, another thing also I noticed was, good. I'm glad to hear. Green. Another thing I noticed was the number on the vehicle, which you can't see in this car picture. 15B6. Does anybody know anything about the EHS? Sorry, somebody is watching and sent me a text. The EHS tape, I was told it was blue and white tape. I'm not familiar with any blue and white tape. They described it as EHS tape. I don't even know what EHS tape looks like. Perhaps somebody in here knows something about that. And different location in Milford. I went through the different areas. It does look paved. We do have this fence, and what, you know, Moneypenny, I think, may be right on this one here. Not that I'm saying he's wrong ever, but I'm just saying, or, you know, he's wrong all the time. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. He's pretty sharp eye. He's got lots of things nailed down here, far better than I. But, oh, and yes, you do see the grill mark right there too, just on the upper end. Okay, let's see here. Wow. Okay. Whatever that is, an air conditioning unit. Yeah, it appears that it is there. Okay. So, can he be seen from the highway? Does it make logical sense to hide behind a building? We don't have any blood. There's another one that's kind of interesting. Because if he's shot in both arms, should he not have bled someone? There's also some damage, right? I think we've discussed that. On the left-hand side of the vehicle, which gets into, I think we're going to be talking about something should probably not get into at this point in time. The Shube thing is a big one. So the 15B6, sorry to get away from the topic there. Now 15B6, let's see here. Now I was able to find a picture of a vehicle. I don't understand the numbering system on cars. I asked Paul about that last night. Where are we here? Okay, so here's a picture here. I don't know if you guys remember this picture. And the number on this car is one. Let's see here. Oh, I can't blow this up, of course. Bollocks. 15. Is that going to come through? Probably not. Too much coffee, maybe. The number on it is 15B5. And the picture is 15B6. Now, B was explained to me that it's a city. How was it explained? Thank you to my RCMP helper. Wonderful person. Love chatting with them. They send me a lot of stuff, though, I'll tell you. And one day I hope we can get through it all. Now, where did that go? Okay, here we go. A is a rural vehicle in Saskatchewan. B, Bravo, if there was a distinction. C, Charlie, is highway patrol, and E is an echo. It was a canine unit. So this is a city vehicle. Now, he was stationed out of Enfield that day. So I don't know the numbering system down in Enfield. Why did he need a rifle sidearm? Not enough. No one followed him if Wortman crashed in Shube. Good point. Great point. But of course, he said he doesn't know that Wortman crashed. Oh, sorry, I've missed some great comments here, I'm sure. Let me go back here a little bit. Fuck me, I just finished yesterday's video. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. You got to sleep? Yeah, no. I don't have a Ford hat anyway, so don't worry about it. I'll wear that for you another day. Gray, have I not done the timeline? No, I have not, because the timeline's all over the friggin' place. It sounds distinguishing. Somebody stopped talking to me on Twitter just because I had Gray in my name. They would not talk to me. They're like, oh, no, not talking to you. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Don't know what Gray cells are then. Morrison bleeds imaginary blood like his imaginary bullet wounds. Now, there was this theory that it was fire, right? Do remember that this picture was never seen. If anybody has seen this picture, please leave it in the comments below. Cite where you saw it prior to the 19th. And prior to the to the release of the warrants, the last release of the warrants. I will be checking, because the other you have to provide a citation also, because I haven't ever seen one. And the reverse image scan is a bit odd, I'll say. I've never seen EHS tape off a scene. No clue who uses blue crime scene tape. Thank you, Todd. Good to see you, sir. I've been in logistics many times. The year of the car is the car number. Okay, see, that's not similar to here in Calgary. We have the same numbers generally. They just get newer cars and then put the old numbers back on it. So you're saying that this is a 2015 model? Does that keep pace? I know Paul went out to go and find this with Mr. Maher, and they went, funnily enough, to Bible Hill. You guys probably read that article, obviously, but they went to Bible Hill, and whose car just happens to drive by would be the Dorrington car. How convenient. You still think that they're burns? Okay. RCMP detachment B15, platoon B, vehicle 6. Okay, so you're saying that this person was heavy RCMP. So they say city distinction. I don't know if that has changed, but it's been a little while for them. Hopefully, maybe I like to ask them to do too much, but maybe they can reach out a little bit more and see if they can find out a little bit more. Burns, that the car was probably a 2015. Okay. Does that keep pace with a 2015 Explorer? Right? Let's have a look. 2015 Explorer. Rear end. That's an awful long time to have a police car. 5 years. Let's see. Okay. So here we have something. Does seem to look very similar. So yes, that could be 2015. Good job. Where are we at here? Moving along. So it could be 2015 City Vehicle 6. Would that make sense to people? Enfield. What was the other one? 5. Does that make sense? Let me just check here. So that was also a 2015 vehicle then? The So it's a 2015, oh, bollocks, 2015 Taurus. These seem awful old then. I didn't think police departments used a vehicle for 5 years. They've got money to burn, all of our money. Burns from the fire. Burn evidence, okay. Why would he need rifle? He would have to call in to, I think, but I suppose they would just release it. In order to use a carbine, they actually have to get approval. So there would have been a log of his conversation asking for the rifle, to the best of my understanding. But of course, anything I'm wrong on, please feel free to correct me. Wortman is a criminal guaranteed. You'll make me a free suit. Oh. I like suits. Maybe I'll wear. I do wear suits from time to time. You hate making them. Okay. Maybe I'll have to wear a suit one day, just for like some kind of celebration thing. Did Morrison chicken out, run, hide after hearing his buddy Stevenson was gunned down alone? Did he shoot himself to cover his yellow belly? I'm not going to touch that one. But that would suppose that Stevenson was shot first, right? They say 10:49. I don't think the timeline's making sense, but 10:49, so he would be down there at about 10:54. Stevenson isn't getting killed until 10:55. Is that about right? They're right on the scene, eh? I don't want to get into Enfield Shube right now, but they're right on the scene. Quick. Again, how did they miss him? How did they miss him? You can't, I don't think. EHS tape is blue with white or yellow writing. First responders use it. They'll wrap around a vehicle if it's left on the side of the road or in a ditch, so people know they've been there. But isn't this a crime scene? So why would they wrap it in EHS tape? Gotta get somebody who's seen this. Plausible. Okay, Stan agrees. What Tess said? Okay, so hello to you too, sir. Nova Scotia guy. He's another star. You guys are all stars. Morrison is a criminal. Sorry. Probably Wortman's partner inside. Okay, well, I can't run around and make accusations, but I will agree. I have some very strong suspicions, shall we say, about G agrees with you, though. The guy to help Wortman evade the police during business. That's my bet. Now, one person I was speaking with this morning, they had a very interesting theory. What did they say? That, and I'd never thought of it. It was very good. They said that they thought, even though it's a bit off topic, but something to file away, because I definitely like filing things away. It's just a possible theory, is that Lisa Banfield, they got her right away that night to RCMP, and that they then released her later to try and make a cover story that she was abused, etc. Interesting theory. I've got to think about it a little bit, but let me know what you think. Morrison's figured out. Morrison collected payouts to cover. Okay, well, I don't like to. I mean, I appreciate speculation, but I also appreciate evidence, and we can dig up evidence. We do dig up evidence, right? I'm not chastising you, miss, by any stretch. Got to do a timeline, help visualize events. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. The timeline initially, I don't know, I can conceptually see it. I've always seen it. It's a timeline that involves all of the different witness statements, RCMP Twitter lines, RCMP changes to the story, different ones, side by side, with evidence that we have. Plus, I don't know how you do that, but you overlay it somehow on a map. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I don't think it fits. People can't drive these distances. One person. I don't want to get into but it doesn't seem, how about not one person? It doesn't seem possible, the timeline that we're given. Also with the camera times, right? Would seem to be out. What the hell is the guy doing anyway? Morrison was Wortman's cover asset. I don't quite even know what a cover asset is. So perhaps somebody can enlighten me on that. Like a handler? Heidi probably told Morrison she was on to Wortman, not knowing Morrison was receiving his cut. Okay, again, that I'm filing them away. Don't get me wrong. I file it all away. You believe 15 is Enfield detachment. Okay, so that helps. So 15, B is the city vehicle, and 6 is the unit number. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, town. That's what I was. I reached out, made it. I know you and I discussed that before, but I also verified. Could be my logisticals experience with commercial vehicles. Okay, where are we here? Lots of comments. Hope everybody's having a super day. Suspicion call Wortman, Morrison first on the scene. Yes, establishing whether Morrison was the first one on the scene, the first one shot versus the second one shot, obviously would be very important too. Okay. And Army reserves, but Canadian plates are very different. That makes sense. Okay. Now, so a couple of you in here have armed forces experience. I am digging up what appears to be a lot of armed forces connections to a lot of stuff. Does that make sense? That armed forces people, I mean, obviously we know Brenda and George, right? And then we were discussing John yesterday. I'm looking into some of his stuff more. 20. Yes, you're right. Well, yes, but his number was not a true number, right? Is there an association between high levels? I think the answer is obviously yes. And I've heard that there's biker squads and this kind of thing that involved armed forces. Of course, the armed forces came down too, right? They had the armed forces come in. I think that might just be to keep it in-house again. Morrison's girlfriend or wife is likely walking around proceeds of serious crime, seriously taking cuts when we pay them too much already. Well, I haven't seen the firm evidence of the $70,000 vehicle purchase, but I definitely have heard about it, and I think it was coming from a very valid source. So, but she couldn't account for why she had the money. If that's the case, Mr. Moneypenny blows my theory out of the water. We can X that out of the equation. Okay, that's the number. Well, it was great. We're just all working together. Fleet changes much more frequently than something's up. Is Morrison back on the job, or is he still hiding at home? Interesting question. Interesting. I would suspect he's out on leave, medical leave. I think that's convenient for the RCMP, and obviously if he's been the victim of some and there's nothing nefarious going on and he's just a victim, then he's probably going to be not in the best shape. Give up some likes, please. Yeah, I like likes, but I don't ever want to ask for them. But thanks for the boost. Weed must be high all the time with a name like that, obviously. High on life. Are they propane powered like here? What do you seriously? Propane powered vehicles? That's not very good if you get rear-ended, and not very good in the winter. Old cars like old wheels, less, more expensive ones, expendable resources, considered van to turn, false flag. How come I recalled you're just talking about Fords all the time? Sad. You and your Fords. No, I like Fords too. Yes, they said that it was burned, and then they say it's not there. Certain things say he only burned one vehicle. Certain ones say that he burned the Jeep. Certain warrants say that he burned the Jeep and the Ford. So what's going on with that? The vehicles that's another angle. Has never made sense. They don't add up. Michael Stewart, how's it going? I'm just scrolling back here. I just noticed your name. Did you? I never heard back. Was there a problem with the camera or something on the video for the shoe right before the bridge there? I didn't. Just curious. Want to know. It's a deal. I'm delayed. Laugh out loud. It's a suit, but I guarantee we were right. LGC. Shouldn't need to worry about all those fittings. Okay. What time can we depend on? Well, that's a good one. I don't know. I use RCMP time now all the time for whenever I go to appointments. You're here on the wrong day. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm here on the wrong day. What are you talking about? I use RCMP time. My clock says it's off by half an hour. Don't you know? Oh, that one. That's an hour. They did miss him. They did a system until he was ready to get rid of him. Yeah, they could have tracked him early on. There was the man who lived across Portapique who this is getting out of this area again, but who was the man who lived across Portapique River And he said that there were helicopters flying around in the morning. I mean, what the hell? Then you have Sergeant Lilly, well, going home. I'm sure everybody saw that they feel like taking images. Oh, all right. Sounds like somebody's in a photo mood. You like to take photos. That would be fantastic. If you can get different angles, perhaps you can see through trees and Highway 14. I don't know. You don't even think he's dead. Bold pizza, says Michael Stewart. I think we know what that's in reference to. What time was anybody shot? Who knows? Who knows? They won't even release. No. We have some time stamps. There is the 10:55 picture from Shube. That's timestamped from a phone. That's one. That's a bit later. So I don't think they're out too much on that one. I doubt it. Chopper picked him up and his partner. The Chopper thing is a bit interesting with the and then dropping off at the weigh scale. And landing down in the field. I don't think I've ever discussed that. As in, I was informed. Let's see. Where is that? Bollocks. Where supposedly the helicopter landed. Let's see if we can bring that up. Somebody can shoot me down and tell me I'm wrong. Okay. That'd be good. Where the hell is that window? I didn't close it. Fucking thing. Now, if it was, in fact, this place that the person said, who has strangely gone silent, I noticed lots of people have gone silent. It's just beginning to spook me out. Not just that they were silent, but they have gone silent. Let's go down here. So those of you who live in the area know the quarry, right? The big quarry down in East Milford. Okay, there is, which field was it they said? It's in the vicinity of here. Maybe it's a bit south. Here. Is this it? No, I don't think this is it. There's a field and it's got trees on either side. I was like, oh, that's a very strange place to land a helicopter. Dutch settlement. Dutch settlement. Yes, it was here. Sorry. This field here was where the helicopter apparently landed. Now, why would a helicopter just land here? I mean, it doesn't have access to the roads. I think this is the railroad beside it. It is. So why did this helicopter land here? It's totally treed off. It's not access to the roads. Very strange indeed. Way too much, not much in the way of footage. Perhaps they got him out. Yes, I mean, he obviously, the gas station story is clearly a bunch of bullshit. They stopped for gas, and then we stopped for gas. Even they can see that that's utter bunk. Macmillan helped them clean that one up by deleting her old article. But it's okay. It's still archived. Perhaps Heidi saw Morrison and Wortman together. That's a theory, yeah. I can't remember what location was Morrison shot. If it hasn't been answered already, he was shot, they're saying, up at the 224 Gaze River Road right here, which, yeah, I want to do a separate video because that one, there's a lot of stuff. But it doesn't make sense. Where could he possibly be parking? Okay. If he turns down here, where could he possibly be parking? How could he possibly, if you put yourself back out on the highway, Morrison is, by the sounds of it, heading north. So we'll turn this around. Okay, so he apparently saw the push bar, right? He drives forward. I don't know, how do you do this fucking thing? I want to drive fast. Driving slow in my old age or something. So he comes down here, is what they're saying, if I'm reading it correctly. Then he turns. Now, there's nowhere to park here, right? Really? So he's got to go forward. He has to turn around. He's talking on the radio with Heidi. Is that you I see? Blah, blah, blah. And then he turns around. Now, where are the places that he can park? He can park by the mailboxes here, right here. He could park on this shoulder on the left-hand side of the screen, and he can park right here. Okay? Now, he says he saw him through these trees again, which is a bunch of bullshit. How can you see him through trees? You can't. And he clearly indicates that. And then he said he turned left. Yeah, I don't want to get into this one actually right now. I need to have my stuff better organized. But there's no way, unless he's sitting, turns around, he doesn't have time to do what he's saying. He honestly doesn't. And of course, his statement is Angela Howerluck. I believe she even says that she surmises his statement. Not his own words. RCMP are a paramilitary organization, which now I didn't even answer that question that person asked. I apologize. So that's where Morrison was supposedly shot. Supposedly. But it could have been down in Milford, for all we know. Could have been anywhere. But I believe they're just writing the script as they go. So he's just sitting here on the side of the road, and supposed Gabriel Wortman's traveling south. Again, this is utter bullshit. Why would he avoid cops all night? All night he's driving by cops. Even up in Wentworth, he was right beside one. And he sees Morrison go down the side road here. So instead of continuing south, which would be his logical path, he decides he's going to turn left because 224, this is going north. So he's going to go out of his way, come down here, shoot him, then turn around after Morrison apparently floors it, turn around and then go across the bridge and execute Heidi Stevenson outside of her vehicle, which then they have to take to the crime lab, because that's what you do with vehicles where nobody dies. You take them to the medical examiner, not to the crime lab, sorry. You take them to the medical examiner. That makes sense. What do you want, furry friend? RCMP paramilitary organization. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to get that video somebody found. Well, no, actually, I found that a long time ago. It was to do with another case. And I was like, oh my, the recruiting video they have is just stormtroopers. We haven't got to who was shot in the foot. Absolutely not, Mark. You're 100%. Have the same, that's why they have the same application, same rank structure. Okay, 28. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Nova Scotia guy. Sorry, I'm probably really far behind. Hey, Fear. I haven't seen Fear in a while, too. Seems to be Homeland Security type stuff. Seems like something's going on, I'll tell you that. I hated signed out vehicles on the base, especially in Cold Lake. They gave me a 15-passenger van, get to appointment on Edmonton. The only parking lot was underground. The van didn't fit. Well, that sounds kind of like government bureaucracy. Doesn't really work. Nova Scotia, huge smuggling points. Massive. Massive. Yep. Lots and lots and lots of drugs flowing through Nova Scotia. Sad. Canada has its own Homeland Security agencies, civilian employees. Is that the Canadian Securities Establishment? They deal with cyber signet stuff. You were log. I smoke weed. It's like air. Okay. Little Miss, I think we are alike. Definitely smuggling. Definitely get cops, bikers, military involved. Maybe there's somebody else who wants to touch that one. I'm not at this point. Yep, I'm not going to touch it. RCMP is or used to be part of the DND, hence share medals, oversee tours. Yep. Again, the medals, if you compare Mr. Dorrington's medals with Miss Brenda's medals, a lot of them are the same. Perhaps they serve together. He went to the Brinks Depot. Sorry, it's a damn good assumption. But assumptions with RCMP outcome is their display of incompetence. No, I'm sorry. I will refuse to buy the fact that this is anything to do with incompetence. No, there may have been some incompetence. This is true, but they absolutely want you to believe in incompetence so that you can just say, "Oh, okay, we're fine here. We'll not ask any more questions." They are purposely making themselves look like idiots so that you don't ask anymore. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. They knew exactly what they were doing in much of this story. If Morrison is still on leave, no wonder the RCMP can't even formulate roadblock of worth. That's low. That's low. You're just a big nasty, sad. Oh my Lord, really far back. Where am I? Oh my, very far back. Okay, probably like 20 minutes of comments here. Propane-powered police vehicles. Oh, Jesus. Awesome. They tend to suck. They tend to be sucked out. All right, Michael. I'm not high right now. I have an appointment with Skype with my shrink in a few moments. What's that? You will be high after that, I'm sure. You don't want to talk to your shrink high? Ford rules. Ford does rule. For a domestic truck, for a truck period, there's nothing that can touch it. No Doge, no classified how to right escape vehicles. No. Ford. The weed is for my PTSD and chronic pain. Okay, well, sorry. I'm not calling you anything down on it. I'm just simply saying your name. RCMP didn't want assumptions. We all would be aware of drone footage and helicopters. This was arranged. Sorry, this is my assumption. They have a lot. That was, if they want to access stuff, find out information, gosh, they can find out anything about all of us, and they do everything. They're banking all of our data. I mean, we don't know Mr. Workman. What are you talking about? He lived off in a bush. Good man. And is that referencing the getting high or Fords? Fords are wicked. Sorry. I love having debates with people about trucks. Great for roasting marshmallows. No, Todd. No, sorry about that. Yes, it's a very whingy, terrible sound when the power steering fluid is low, but every vehicle is. But it is particularly annoying. I do agree. RCMP military too equipped not to have full coverage. Absolutely, especially old Ford Pinto. Okay, so I'm really far behind. Toxic marshmallows, maybe. No, quit bugging me about the Ford. Ford's rock. Yeah. Bridge lead was false. Nothing there. Well, yeah, no, but my question, in case you haven't answered it already, was the video that you made, the awesome video, it cut out before it went to 224, and then it resumed over on the bridge. I was like, why? What happened there? Did it get edited? Did the camera fail? Did it? What happened there? I don't know what's the dog's problem. FBI tips, it's all smoke and mirrors, 5 billion lies, yes. No. 6 eyes. Not going to touch that today. Those of you who know what I'm talking about. If I keep watching, if I keep watching LGC, I'm gonna. But RCMP's time to shame, how late I'll be. Well, don't be late. Go to sleep. This guy doesn't sleep at all. I don't know how he survives. I mean, at least I can have naps and stuff in the middle of the day. Always a good idea to record everything cop related. Absolutely. Anytime, I'll just give you, in case you don't do that already, never speak to the police. Ever. You don't have to answer their questions in many cases. Certain things you do, but don't ever talk to them. Just ask for a lawyer. You'll be much better off. They will entrap you. Okay, you're going to be late for work. My wife's going to show me going for local political office and shoe. I heard about that. In fact, I got a phone call about it. Good luck to her. Anybody know an RCMP, retired RCMP who lives I believe, let's put it like this, something like that. Anybody know a retired RCMP officer who works in this area? I would like to know. I believe they live on the east side. You record everything. Yeah, record everything is absolutely good. Great advice. Yeah, record and lawyers and silence. Smart. No autopsies released. None. I think, in fact, they said, 6 months, but we'll be coming up on that soon. Good luck. Yes, good luck, Michael Stewart, to your wife. Gabriel Wortman sitting on the beach with al-Baghdadi and bin Laden on Aga Khan's island. Just my theory. Well, Aga Khan's island isn't necessarily owned by Aga Khan. It's owned by a bunch of shell companies, which the board members are shell companies. It's rather interesting. I always used to say that people, remember the witness, important witness? First they were the suspect, and then what was it, 11, 13 hours later in Quebec, they became the witness, kind of like Lisa Banfield. Kind of. Used to say that they are on the beach in, where the hell is it? Oh, now it's slipping my mind. Doesn't matter. Kawartha Lakes. Kawartha. Kawartha is beautiful. Lots of cheap smokes there too. Unfortunately, very bad member of parliament representing Kawartha. Hell of a party. Epstein is with them. Scroll up. What do I need to scroll up for? I'm trying to scroll down. Get out of here. What? Okay. I have a couple of friends who live in Kawartha. What are you talking about? World needs ditch diggers, Caddyshack. Jody might be there. Gypsum. Not sure where we're going with that. 25 watching, only 8 thumbs up. That's from Tara. That's not from me. Better listen to her. She'll kick your ass. Adrenochrome, 21. Refresh, 21 thumbs up. Oh, okay. Wow, all right. Yeah, who was the police officer shot in the foot? Lots of different angles here. I think, though, with the amount of evidence that we have accumulated, Shub is going to be a very important one. I would like to just figure that what that picture's about, but I think Moneypenny may have all that in the bag. However, we can probably disprove a couple of his statements, which then cause question everything that he said ever. Put the heat on. But 2 areas I'm going to try and focus with is Shub and also the destroying the feminist narrative and the connections. Those are 2 areas. Anybody who's interested can contact me. Smoke weed, I think so. I love how you use so. Sewing suits. Thanks for the request, though. That's very nice for the thumbs. I appreciate that. It's nice. That's the bridge near the animal park. Yeah, isn't this just south of the animal park over here? There we go. Nice colors, as I believe the RCMP is part of, complicit with child sex trafficking, maybe part of a cover-up. Possible. I think drugs more likely, but it's all disgusting. Fear the madness. You end up in a village. You're really lost. Anybody watch Bad Blood? No, I haven't. I don't watch TV much anyway. 100% with you. Smoke weed could be very well. The complicity is there. Could be. Yeah. Yeah. Shit can Netflix. There you go. There you go. What was it? They had something. Yes, the thing about the kids. That's out. Netflix aired badly showing that show. Trying to push their pedo garbage. I think is the name of the show, Montreal Mafia. There you go, cuties. Yeah, see? Excellent. Did you write them a letter, weed, and say, or does it give you an option? Say, see you later. Your pedo garbage, you can take this and stuff it. You don't get my money anymore. Diddling. If they're not diddling, they will take a payout to escort, stay violent. Speaking of pizza on Netflix. Yeah. Yeah, they like to push this absolute destruction of culture and morality on everybody. Like, we want that. They're evil junk and go and stuff it. That location just seconds from where Heidi was shot. Again, you know, how much of the RCMP lied? Tons. Tons and tons. Now, if you had a friend, let's say, or an acquaintance or something like that, and they had the same kind of track record and were being dishonest with you, let's just even say to their own mother, right in front of you, and multiple times. RCMP have lied in front of Parliament, been busted for it, been busted in court, lying. Would you trust that friend anymore? Would you trust anything that came out of their mouth? I wouldn't. I absolutely would not. They enjoy payouts, escorts. Me too, smoke over that pedo stuff. All right, okay, lots of pedo stuff. Human trafficking. Trudeau's apology. Trudeau and, you know, Turdo. They're all the same. Smoke weed's got to go. Okay, hopefully he had a great appointment because I'm sure he's long gone. I said I was going to do a short thing, but you guys always are so great with your comments. I have to farm your brains. Thanks again, Mr. Moneypenny, for that picture. Mr. Moneypenny does a lot of hard work. What is my favorite brand of coffee? No. Nobody needs to buy me anything. I do everything for free, or, you know, free. It's not a free or money or anything. I'll buy you a bourbon. How's that? Maybe two. We can all go drinking or something. I'll have a coffee. Everybody down there can have a few beverages. Elvis was shot in the foot after tripping on a ham sandwich. Perhaps you should post that to the RCMP. Like, you could do like a little video clip. Officer shot in the foot. You can use the EHS tape, and then you could put that underneath it. That would be good. Just keep spamming them with that on Twitter or something. Canada got huge during the Prohibition. Memba. Ah, come on. I love you all too. I look sharp in glasses. Okay. Well, I don't know. Do I? I could use like one of those cheap questions. Like, many of you obviously watch a lot of YouTube, and people like put questions in there to get likes and things like that. If you like my glasses, hit that like button. Here. Way behind in the chat. I'm way behind always. Come on. Give me a break. Give me a break. Oh my. I don't even know where I am now. Oh, there we go. Holy shit. I am really far behind. Underground sealed tunnels here in Walker. Oh, here was an interesting thing. I don't know if you guys caught that. Somebody told me today there's a lady. Balls. I don't have the page open. What is her name? Give me a moment here. Leslie Appleby. Does that name ring a bell to anybody? Leslie Appleby. Not that I'm trying to dox anybody. Leslie Appleby commented about cremation of Gabriel Wortman, or then she denied saying that. But Leslie Appleby works at Walker's, where Donald Walker, of course, was friends with Gabe and was Gabe's employer, and talked about the police cars. Which he then said he wasn't friends with him. He said he hardly knew him. I don't. They got it. Everybody just changing stories. Military has planes, RCMP helicopters has manpower, and helicopters, RCMP has manpower. And they'll all answer to Ottawa, Buckingham Palace. Oh, come on, man. You know where it is. You know where. It's got lots of walls. It's a bit of a hypocritical center. Al Capone ran hooch through Saskatchewan. Yeah, the underground tunnels in Regina. Yeah, isn't it? Grandpa told me about bootlegging in Ontario. Yeah, I had a friend's granddad or something who was involved in bootlegging. Did quite well. Interesting. If this is not incompetence. There was some incompetence, Tara, but there was some. But they're trying to pass off as all incompetence so that people are like, oh, okay, you guys are just dumb. Sorry about that. There's nothing when they say incompetence. Then here we go. There's some real easy ways to walk around that one. Is it incompetent to not inform the families at this point in time about information that will be forthcoming? To keep them involved in the investigation, is it incompetent to not answer their questions? If they knew about the incompetence before, let's just even hypothetically say that they've just, sorry, now we've got that figured out, which, if you look at the RCMP track record, is not the way things are done. One would think that they would have cleaned up that incompetence by now and start using some humanitarian skills. No, they don't. So I think that answers that. Just like the honesty thing. If you had a friend who did that to you, you would no longer be their friend. Especially if they'd hurt you a lot, like they seem to do to the families. I believe it was a planned event gone wrong. Now it's cover-up. Something happened. Definitely cover-up. Forward arseholes. No, forward rocks. 4 subs, dry docks. You know how, not that I'm, it's a different type of subs. You know how many subs I picked up? Do you know how many subs I picked up? Even though YouTube, I know, lies to me and buries my channel, has for a long time. I pick up no subs anymore. I don't even remember the last time I got a sub. It doesn't happen. Right. Just like I believe their numbers about how many people watch. Fuck you, man. I know when I hear it, so. Concan, cover up reeks of Rex? of incompetence? Rex? I have to tease you. Fuck 'em. Oh, green bastard. You're about up my alley, eh? You're getting a bad attitude, man. You just have a bad attitude. You need to go and live in delusion. The world is awesome. Watch Canadian movie, Canadian Strain. Don't know anything about that. Never heard of it. Okay. It's okay to dodge. You expect from a Dodge dick? No need for power steering when you have Ford equipped with a ram bar. Exactly. You just push people off the road. You don't. And what are roads even needed for? Never have to drive on a road. You just drive around things. Oh, there's a traffic jam. Oh, I drive around. I'm just like, what? Sorry. I didn't realize that wasn't a road. Scavenging parts in the Windsor area to 4 meters. I'll see if I can find the video again. Okay, I'll play the video. How's that? And then we can watch it together. Because it happens on 2 different videos. I don't know why they're wanting to do that. Let's watch the clip or the problem with the video. $3,000 subs. Wow. Lots of subs. Okay. So if we go back and we go to the shoe video, I think I should be... Oh, did I bypass it? Here we go. Okay, so...
If you manage a team, you have to try and find it.
No, you need to clamp it. Is what you need to do. No, I don't want your stuff. Okay, so if we go to driving across... Okay, here, it's going to come up here.
This is
you're approaching 224 on the left.
Horse may have been pulled over to
and
stop
it'll
working.
clip.
There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. I know that was some of the speculation.
What happened there? What happened to the video? Because it's not, maybe my tinfoil's on, but I've seen another one that does that too by a different user. 5 eyes, 1 eye, overseen by Mossad. I'm not going to touch that. You're an international freightliner. Okay, well, that's a bit out of my league. Bingo. Fear the mass. It's our military. What are you? Bingo, Todd. I've been saying that for years. The central bankers. Who runs the central banks? What are you talking about? Do you mean our money's not worth anything? Comer? What are you talking about, Comer? And Rocco. You know how much publicity that got? Awesome case. 0. Not. I think there was a CBC article on it at one point. It disappeared. Todd, you've been called out as a shitty mayor. Todd's a shitty mayor. Okay, I didn't say that. Are you a mayor in Israel, Todd? The mayor of Jerusalem, Todd? Well, if you put comments like that, green bastard, I'm going to be more behind because I'm going through them. Right? I could just shut her down and then I don't have to worry about it. I'll just read the comments later. You're filling it up, telling me I'm behind. I'm just bugging you. Rome rebranded, moved to Washington, D.C. Yeah, but who's overseeing that? Who's got control of that? Oh, yeah, you can't say that. What? What are you talking about? No. Stan. No. No. I'm disliking because you told me to get. I didn't tell you to get. Who's this? I didn't tell you to get. Pedos flee to Israel and the Vatican. What are you talking about? No, that doesn't happen. No. Nothing happened down in Nova Scotia either. GCHQ Mossad. Oh, I saw an interesting tweet. I should do a little video on that one day. Honeypots, Epstein, seems to be the same names, kind of maybe have all the same last names. Well, he was a big one. What a bastard that guy was. He was ripping off people's pension funds. I mean, it's like you can't ever just leave well enough alone. No. You got to just keep squeezing every fucking dime from every place. Got it figured out. Oh, yeah, we can do this. We can do that. Oh, sorry, there was a bump in the rates. Just use furniture. Nygaard. You know the last name Appleby? Well, she denied it. And I understand I'm way behind. I'm just trying to skip forward here. Bronfman's and Nexium. Bronfman. Man. All the money that was made. Purple Gang? What's that? Linked with Soros. Soros is a pie. He's just there to throw pies at. I went through his money years ago. I love that. There was a video the other day on Rebel Media, and they had thanks for sending me that, Tara, and they had a story on there that I did 5 years ago, and I'm like, and then they're like, oh, but it's being labeled as anti-Semitism. I'm like, oh God, the gatekeeping. Just quit it already. Keep it kosher. I do, like salt. Amazing Polly did a whole bit on Bronfman's. Yeah. I think Adrian and I did a video. When was that? Did they delist it? They may have delisted it though. Yeah, they did. That was Bank of Canada. That was a good one. Anyways. Yeah, I did a story of Bronfman with Adrian. I'm like, they didn't like that. Spent my younger days CD Underground, Toronto core. It's a whole different after midnight. Grew up subsidized housing majority of my childhood. Oh, yeah. I'm sure. That's because they just keep bleeding us, sending the money out for turtles in Tanzania. That's one of my favorite grants. Turtles in Tanzania to Aga Khan. Thanks for that. It's not like he's not bleeding. That guy is, Aga Khan is a total mess. Just in case you guys haven't ever dug through how much money he bleeds. That's his professional job. He flies around with his philanthropy. Every government. What is he? Shia? Links to Shia and certain other groups. You just got back. What was the question again? I asked, well, I'm sure you've answered it by now. About the video. Okay, now the comments. I think I'm going to make another video. Okay, that would be awesome. The question was about the original video.
If you manage a team, you have to track
Shut it.
Monday.com is a platform to track.
Okay, there's
here when he shot him. That's
Eclipse.
Some of the speculation.
Right here. Why?
The overpass. There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. Well, that was some of the speculation.
What happened there?
Here.
I'm trying to figure it out. Honestly, I do want to know. Was something done to your video? Because it's not the only place I've seen that happen. Something happened. I don't know if it was you or if it was the camera or something else happened. I'm having a feeling it was something. Of course, I didn't share the screen, right? So here's your video, Michael. Good luck to your wife again. Okay, so you're pulling up to 224, where Chad Morrison was supposedly shot.
There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. Well, that was some of the speculation.
I don't understand what happened there. Can you help me understand? Because it's not just me, funnily enough, that has questions about that. Did you turn your camera off?
Morrison may have been pulled over to stop Portman. There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. Well, that was some of the speculation. The overpass here.
I don't understand. No answer. Michael does. He says something about allowing speculation. Aga Khan is a great guy. I'll have to do another retake. I thought the pull-off area was right before the bridge. But did you... Because it appears as though you're driving and don't stop the camera. Why does it cut out?
Pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. I know that was some of the speculation. The overpass here.
I'm not asking why to refilm it or anything. Thanks, that's a great offer, but which would be awesome. But I'm wondering why that video does that. Did you just record straight on through driving and then upload the video? Because I'll show you another example of it if you want. Another person. Yep. Yeah, why is that clipped? Yeah. Well, I'm not saying anything. I want to know why. Because here, I'll show you another example. This is Indo Blue 82. Okay. Lawnmower. Can't believe winter's coming. We're going to not need to know how to mow a lawn here soon. All right. So if we go back to Indo Blue 82. Okay. And we go to here. All right. Indo Blue video. Sorry, my apologies. Here we go. Watch. Okay, so he's at 224. He's going to be driving up on 224 here. Indo Blues channel. Zone 6. He had a different channel before. Or this was made under a different title. Okay, here he comes up to where you're coming. 224 is on the left-hand side. There's the sign, right? Watch what happens. Boom. What's I want to know why those videos are doing that. You think you would hit pause while you were driving? So Indo Blue 82 did the same thing. It's interesting. There we go. He's going to be coming up. Here it is. 224 on the left. And thank you. That is very odd. That's beyond odd. 2 videos by 2 different makers clipping in the same area. Because It's either two people pressing pause at the same time, to which you would have to stop. You'd notice it while the person was driving, or it's being edited. You can't see it? You really can't see that. Okay. Watch the background. Watch the sign on the right-hand side. He'll come up to the road on the left. It will then resume on the bridge. Here, ping. Now it's midway through the bridge. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Was your video cut? Did you upload your video the same way? The comment box on the screen is blocking it. Okay, my apologies. All right. So this is Indo Blue 82s, right? I don't want to confuse. Here's Indo Blue 82. And he's going to be driving up on 224, the supposed place where Morrison got shot. Here's 224. And thank you. Yes, there is a definite break in both videos. Oh, the police just called you? What the cook? As they would say in Vietnam. Oh, that's not very good. I hope everything's okay. Fuck off, man. Pay you enough money, man. Go away. Yeah. Yeah. It is pretty interesting. Something's happening here. Indo Blue 82 does have a video that does have the straight drive through. I think his other video does. The shoe one he does from the south, but I think the other one that's right around there, he does the full drive through or something he calls it, or timeline update. Was that it? Nova Scotia mass shooting route? Maybe. Oh, fuck, I just had it. Right there. Isn't that the sign? Yeah, here we go. This one goes all the way through, though. I also noticed that his camera is very interesting. He's got miles per hour down here. He's very interesting cat, Indo Blue. But I think this one actually works. So it does work, but it's interesting. There was something. So you didn't do anything to that video. What date was this? May 10th. What date was the other one? Again, this is Indo Indo's channel. May 10th. So 2 days prior, the video clips on Indo Blue 82s. Let's see what your date was. They have some interesting videos, man. And a lot of subs. Congrats. Oh, oops. Sorry, I blew by it. Right up here. 3 months ago. June 5th. I could have sworn you made this video before June 5th, though. Am I remembering wrong? My sense of time is terrible. Hey, Steve. Hey, Point. You know, I may have the originals downloaded. I should go back and look because I may actually have the original videos downloaded and see if there was a clip. Where would I have put that though? Ooh. I have no idea where I'd put it. Clamp it. Whatever. All I've got is July 24th video. Here we go. I do have it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's where the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park is. Now we're coming into the area where we're going to have a bridge overpass here. And this is where Morrison may have been pulled over to stop Portman. There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. I know that was some of the speculation.
No,
The overpass here.
What's the date on this? I actually have 2 copies of it, funnily enough. But I believe they're the same. $110, September 20th, 5th. 110, June 13th. What was the upload date? June 5th. Well, let's see if it's in the earlier one.
Yeah, that's where the Shubenacadie Wildlife Park is. Now we're coming into the area where we're going to have a bridge overpass here. And this is where Morrison may have been pulled over to stop Portman. There's a little pull-off area here where the few cars pulled off. I know that was some of the speculation. The overpass here, the speculation. Area here where to stop Portman. There's a little pull-off.
Okay, well, and this leads back to, so it doesn't, I don't understand, but I would be very interested to see if the original copy was like that. like your one on your camera or whatever, if you still have it. But you can see here on the left-hand side where supposedly Morrison says he sees what's coming towards him and stuff like that. How can he? How can he? I mean, I'm going to have to do another video just about shoot.
Area here where the few cars pulled off. I know that was some of the.
There's no way you can see through. And yes, this is summertime, so it's a little bit later, but you still can't, because the pull-off zone, anywhere that you want to pull off, is way down the road. It doesn't make sense. Did you tell them to watch LGC? Oh, did you get in trouble? What's going on there? Lots of fucking trees. Yeah, I was just asking him about the edit. He says he doesn't know anything about it. It doesn't. Nobody would logically pause the video. Like, why? So it's been cut. And plus you would be able to tell, right? Like if somebody's reaching over, they're going to let off the accelerator or whatever. So maybe they can hit pause, but then when they go back to hit resume, you can hear the difference in acceleration. So it's been edited. It's the mysterious. No, this is not Milford, Todd. Get with the times, man. Get with the times. Yeah, but you wouldn't do that, right? Nobody logically would go, I edit videos. Nobody, well, not really anymore, but nobody would logically cut a video. Like, hey, I'm going to take a piece out, unless there's something in there that somebody doesn't want somebody to see. It's too much effort to sit there. I wouldn't press fucking buttons that I don't need to press. Previous incident had something stolen and HRP recovered. Hey, that's good. That's awesome. You got something back. The police worked on it. Yay. That's awesome. Some fuckery going on. Yeah, there's definitely fuckery, man. There's fuckery all over the place. That I'm going to do, somebody was asking about the, what has changed about videos and things like that. I'm going to do 3 side-by-sides with the dates of Mr. Ellison's statement to CBC, the one statement, the one witness statement that we've gotten before he had something happen, and show, because you got 9 minutes in one, you got 8 minutes in the other one, and the latest incarnation, Clinton 3.0, they have changed the aspect of the video, because I was saying how you watch the background and you can tell where clips are. They've changed it to make it look like, you're filming it with your phone straight up. No, there was a professional videographer there. So they changed the aspect and they shortened it by another minute. Now, I don't know about media that great. Well, maybe I know a little bit, but you're not going to tell less information as time goes by. And this isn't to keep, this is on an article. So it's not like it's made for TV, so they have to cut it to make it fit. No. Same thing with the YouTube. I remember when I talked to Lindsay Jones a long time ago, she's kind of disappeared, which is odd. But when I spoke to Lindsay Jones a long time ago, and she's like, oh, no, it's just cut to make it fit for television. I said, no, this is on YouTube. She's like, oh, well, that is strange. Yeah, of course. Can videos be edited? Absolutely. 100%. 100% they will edit videos. They cut pieces out. So I don't know if it's somebody else cutting pieces out, like YouTube is cutting certain pieces out of videos, but they absolutely, yeah. I mean, I used to be able to, that feature now is gone to me. Like tons of stuff is gone. I don't know why, but I can't use, what do you call it? Like, if I do a live stream, I used to be able to edit the video. So I could cut a little piece out or whatever if, you know, something happened, or I never did. I couldn't even figure out the damn thing. And there's no point to anyway. But I used to have that option. That's gone. That's been gone. Like, same with the closed captioning. I don't think my videos get closed captioned anymore, which is automatic because they use, let's see here. They use transcription. Yep, that's right. See, it would say on the box. CC. It's gone. Like I don't have that option anymore. So why that's a concern, even though, you know, you're like, well, what the hell difference does it make? Closed captioning. Funnily enough, you can actually use closed captioning to scan videos. So if you're searching for something, it'll search for a keyword. So if I wanted to go back and say, when was the first time I discussed something, and look back for it, I can't do that. I'd have to watch whatever fucking 100, 200 hours of video now to try and figure it out. Unbelievable. Unit 8200. Yeah, fucking nasty. Two guys would edit the video in the same spot. Either I would, no. There's a piece missing. Yeah. Which makes me think, how much is missing? Do you know how much of my videos may be getting scrubbed? I know they delete some of my videos without me telling. That's a really nice thing to do. That was why I quit in the first place, because I was tired of talking about certain things that certain people might know about. And they would just delete them all. And then they wouldn't even tell me. They wouldn't give me a notice. They'd just disappear. And apparently the video with Sharon, Steve and I did, it's gone. Some people can find it and some people can't. And it's not in my list of videos that I have anymore. It's just gone. So do they do funny fuckery? Absolutely. They fuck with numbers. These numbers aren't real. You want to believe these numbers? I know they're not real. Same with my subs. I mean, how did my subs not go up? Let's see what they're saying about my subs. I actually haven't looked to see, but 2,537. Like, look at that. No, I'll tell you, it isn't that I have 4 in the last 28 days. Are you out of your mind? No, I'm not super great or anything like that, but it doesn't do that. It doesn't do this. Oh, sorry, this is, let's see here. Subscribers. It doesn't do this. See how I'm losing viewers too. But I mean, 2, 3 viewers, or 2 or 3, 4 subs. Like this is for an entire month. Oh no, sorry. This is for. So I got 4 a sub a day. No, I know. how YouTube works. Deep fakes. Who said something about deep fakes? Oh, don't worry. I got lots of good stuff on that. When this is all said and done, deep fakes is a reality. Oh, yeah. Did the RCs lean on YouTube? The RCs don't have to lean on YouTube. They work together. All of this is fucking psyops. Deep fake scares the piss out. That's right. That's right. Years ago, I talked about them. And I'm like, if you believe, it starts to get really spooky because the way that deep fakes work, and you use combination of something like Lyrebird. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lyrebird. That's old software now. But you can basically make a video of anybody doing and saying anything. You can make artificial people. I spoke about that too. NVIDIA makes artificial people all the time. You can make artificial weather conditions, artificial everything. So what does that mean? That translates to a YouTube channel, and many YouTube channels, in my opinion, are, I know that sounds tinfoily, but true, totally artificial, totally AI. It's very easy to write a channel with computer script, and they could do that years ago, because I did the story years ago. So what is that? More propaganda. Propaganda is everywhere. It hits people all over the place. Harles, they would have to, if people would work there. Is it crazy to think they have people working there? Okay, great point. I'm really didn't mean to get into any of this stuff, but does anybody remember, what was his name? Voorhees? I don't know how much you guys watch. What is his first name? Voorhees. Voorhees. It should come up. Zach Voorhees. Remember this guy? Anybody? Where is he? This guy. Former Google employee exposes blacklist. You know, and everybody was like, oh, yay, he comes along. He's telling the truth about Google, and he works for Google. He knows all these things. The funny thing is, that wasn't Alexander, or what's his name? Zach Voorhees' first venture into media. Oh, no, he was around once before. Zach Voorhees. Is this him?
I'm joined right now by Zach Voorhees, a senior software engineer at YouTube, who actually witnessed what seems to be part of this shooting incident. Tell me exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's right. So what happened was I was sitting at my desk programming when we all heard the fire alarm come off.
Programming. He's programming all right.
We evacuated the building.
He's programming all right. Then you start finding out where the money is and who's paying what. Oh, I have many things to tell in the future. I'm telling you, they have Wi-Fi cinch up here, electronic. I know I didn't edit after upload. Did you edit prior to upload? What about the Sharon video? It disappeared. Who was that? Truth Be Told me about that. I didn't even know. I have a copy. It's the copy that you and I did before editing. Remember? And that's the only copy I have in my list. However, apparently some people can find it. It's just I don't have it anymore. All I have is prior to editing. So what's happening there? I don't know. Strange things. Possible Google's part of state. Yeah, I mean, Google has, where is it? Where is it? What do they call it? It's not an ambassador. Something like that. To the Canadian government. Or Canadian government to Google ambassador. It's and I'm like, I've got it in all my articles, or a list of articles, which is a lot somewhere. These people, you know, but that's all part of a very, very big story for another day. Another day. CSIS built that fancy $2 billion building, and to justify, CSIS didn't build the building. That's CSE, to the best of my understanding, right? That's our Five Eyes establishment. I used to say good morning to them every morning on Twitter because they were, I was told, watching certain things. These guys are spooky characters, real spooky. This is the building that you're referring to, I believe. Is that the building you're talking about? This is right beside CSIS's building. This character would be Lieutenant Colonel Edward Drake. He would be an interesting cat, I'm sure, if you looked at him. Purger Kings with unlimited finances. Purger Kings. Okay. Oops. My apologies. I was like, Purger King? Who is Purger King? Yeah. Unlimited finance. Well, if you make the money, you have unlimited money. It's just zeros. Money is a completely artificial thing. This whole world, basically, I know that's going to be, people will be like, oh, you're totally crazy, but there's all kinds of evidence, and I have tons of it. Most everything that you experience, your history, your media, everything around you, your money, it's all fake. All fake. Seriously. I'm not fucking kidding with you. Oh, I have my money in the bank, they'll cover it. CDIC, Canadian Depositor Insurance Corporation. They don't have enough money to cover one bank. Well, that would be the bail-in, right? Yes, then they give you a piece of paper. Oh, well, I should talk about that then. Oh, I lost 3 viewers. Okay, sorry about that. Maybe it was people going to bed. Seamus, you're bothering me. Okay. Now, when I was watching that video that was kindly sent to me by Tara, which lots of things I'd already talked about before, I think whatever, 4 or 5 years ago, but about Soros and Canadian immigration and stuff like that. There was one group in there that they just kind of listed off a bunch of names very quickly. And I'd never heard of it before. So I was like, oh, what is this group? And so I went and looked at it. It's called the B Team. Anybody heard of B Team? Sure, some of you have. Of course, I have my finger in too many pies. I missed way too much. National security. Oh, God. 40s. Yeah. See? You know, it's just like these people, they just pop up here and there. Yeah. What's the chances? And I mean, if you know the shooting down at the YouTube thing, oh, again, more events that are like, what? How much is real? How much isn't? I was sitting at my desk when my script got emailed to me and showed up for you to interview me. Right. So, I mean, you can't find it anymore. Yeah, can't find it. See, you're talking about the interview, right? Sharon's interview, gone. That's what they do. Project Veritas is, there you go. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. But, you know, you have to be, it takes a frame of mind that you're open to seeing things, because we're very, 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 very conditioned. You can't say that. What are you talking about? Okay, so let's look at bteam.org. Okay. Now, bteam, I will bring up my Twitter page because it was a tweet that I sent out. Nobody follows me on Twitter anymore. I think they don't like me. It's probably the same crap as before. Well, they were doing that then too. Now, if I go to my page, you can follow me if you want. I'll drop my link. I don't know if anybody's interested, but here you go. Lemmings, we are not. There you go. Fuck you, man. Fucking bullshit. Okay. Now my language is getting atrocious. I love this post. Isn't that beautiful? Aaron in the Pinto. Now, where was it here? Let's just see. No. Where is it now? Did they remove it, or they bumped it down in priority so you can't see it? Let's see. B team. Oh, Paulie's talking about it, I think. Is she? Yep, here we go. Yep. Now, very good. Paulie's an old friend of mine. I haven't talked to her in a little bit, but very proud of where she's gotten. Like, I'm not in a position, obviously, to be judging. That's not where I'm coming from. It's just, you know, I like to see friends succeed. So there was this mention on Rebel about B Team. just very, 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 very quickly, they just kind of like, oh yeah, a bunch of names, and B Team was in it. And I'm like, I've never heard of B Team. What is B Team? And they're pushing for immigration, right? This is, and I don't know if you guys remember me talking about the reset, this fucking reset that they've got brewing away in the background that they're gonna drop, because everybody's losing everything and countries are spending atrocious amounts of money. I mean, Trudeau just approved the CERB, so if I do my math correctly, when it's 4, 5 months, 15, probably by next year expiration of the CERB plan, we will have accumulated probably about 33 years worth of debt, both provincially and federally combined. And so, of course, Canada doesn't have that kind of money. We don't have money, that we're bankrupt, like so far beyond bankrupt. It is, and as are people, personally bankrupt. I mean, everybody's in debt pretty much, whether it's for your mortgage or your lines of credit or your credit cards, and that's the way everybody lives now, is just in debt by and large. And I'm not saying that judgmentally, that's just the way the system is built to put people further in debt. So B Team, though, worked with Mr. Soros. That was McCallum, was the original deal that they did. I phoned Ottawa about it, and they would not answer me, Mr. McCallum's office, because it was a very hush-hush deal that they did very quickly. Open Societies did with Immigration Canada, and it was to the private sponsorship stuff to boost the numbers to 100 million people. The Canadian population, 100 million target. And of course, they were using Mr. Soros and his friends, but Open Society was the one that did that, right? And so B Team is part of that, which I didn't know. That's new, or relatively to me anyways, because I've been busy doing this stuff. Now, if you think about the fact that they push for immigration big time, they want lots and lots of immigration. Now, I'm not saying this as a racist or anything like that. That's not where I'm coming from. What I am saying is that you lobby the government and you have a lot of deals with them financially to bring in a lot of people, right? Then you turn around at the same time and you do this. Critical errors. Okay, so you have to pay attention to what are they saying. Critical errors causing widespread system failure. What is one of the critical errors? Well, we can't financially meet our obligations, right? And the net burden of any immigrant, and I'm not saying that in terms of individuals. There are individuals absolutely that make money, that are taxpayers and stuff like that. But every individual immigrant on average, the ones that aren't taking from the system, they put in, obviously. But the ones that do take far outnumber the ones that don't. And that statistically stays. It never goes away. And it costs the taxpayer, on average, every year, every immigrant costs the taxpayer, immigrant/refugee, costs the taxpayer $6,000 per year. And it amounts to an atrocious amount of money. So what you do is you start building out a wide debt, right? and you have the debt, but then there's also private businesses that are making all the money on the side for all the immigration services, language training, and multicultural societies and this kind of thing. And it's also very difficult. This one always gets into the spicy area with some people. But being that I lived in Vietnam, I can understand that. It would be very difficult if all of a sudden Vietnam became inundated with a lot of people who weren't from Vietnam. They would be like, what the fuck, man? My culture, my society, I can't understand anything. I can't understand necessarily if the person, what they're saying. Maybe they do get the language skills, but maybe their customs are different. It becomes a real, it becomes difficult for all of these groups to get along when it's not done gradually and with logic in mind, right? So you cause this. You want this to happen, but then at the same time you say, well, there's critical errors. Well, who causes the critical errors? These very same people. Who failed who? Retreat? Revolt? Okay, so looking at our society today, if you look at YouTube, it's just a microcosm of these very things that they're talking about, right? There's people out there who are like, we need to overthrow the government. This all needs to go down. Or you have people who say, why don't you just run off in the bush, build yourself a log cabin, and abandon everybody? Right? And they, again, pipe those messages into people. Why? Because they want this divisiveness. I call it balkanization. Or redesign. And this is the key word. Reset. Reset is very important. So they'll come along at some point in time, and I'm not a betting man, but I'll put all of my money down that they will come along and they will say, your system doesn't work. Well, who caused that system not to work? Was it the people from that country who said, listen, this is what we want? Or was it people in power who are obligated to other people saying, this is how we're going to do it? This is not a Canadian issue. This is not an American issue. This is not a Scandinavian issue or an Australian issue. This is an issue in the entire developed world, right? It is. It exists across every country, the exact same problems. Again, that would be like the video clips. What are the chances? No. There's been a much greater plan at work. And the same people that bring you the problem are the same people who bring you the solution. Hegelian dialectic, it's called. Problem. We give you the problem. We make the problem. We create the problem. But we also create the solution. We antagonize both sides of every issue because divisiveness is very important in society to these people, to this evil chunk that are at the top. It's I wouldn't say a huge group. It's not very big, the real power players, but they use all kinds of these other nasty, horrible things that we see in our society. The ones that supposedly were up until, what, a couple of years ago? This, right? Oh no, people don't play with kids. What are you talking about? They don't use kids as blackmail. Really? Really? One would need to look at something like, I don't know, very easy. Why don't you try John Baird? Boom! Former Foreign Affairs Minister. Out. Like that. So they give you the problem, they give you the solution. And they're going to give it to you. And people will be so, have been traumatized so terribly bad in this life. All of us, collectively. You know, it's not you're hating me or I'm hating you. It's not about that. They inflame those issues. They fund both sides. It's very interesting when you start watching the money. And many of you in here will know exactly what I'm talking about. They seriously pay both sides. They'll pay, there won't be an issue, but they will create an issue. Then they will create animosity between it. They will inflame animosity. They will create the animosity. All those people hate you. You hate them. Well, no. Most logical people don't hate anybody. They hate bad, evil individuals and that evil force, which is there in our world. But people will be so bankrupt, so driven to their wits' end, whether it's all the fighting, the violence, all of this stuff, which again is just inherent. This is going to happen. People are going to start fighting with one another, especially if they're inflamed, especially if they're funded. This is going to happen. Whether it's a white or black issue or a straight and gay, tranny issue, whatever it is. Most everybody is just like, you do whatever you want to do. In my world, I don't care. You do whatever you want to do. You want to believe whatever you want to believe, that's fine. You come fuck with my family, then yeah, we're going to have a problem. But aside from that, do you want to do whatever you want to do? You don't want to mow your lawn, that's fine. I don't care. It's not my lawn. And you get very conditioned all of your life. This is the way that the world is. Pop culture, movies, things like that. And people buy into a lot of things. They feel desperation for certain things. Why are superhero movies so popular with adults? I mean, we're adults. They're fun. I'm not saying that, but that escapism, again, drugs is another escapism. Alcohol is another escapism for a lot of people. And this is how the coping techniques that people develop, or they completely disassociate with the world. They're like, I don't see any problem. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Especially if you tell them that there's no problem. Like Nova Scotia. Exactly like Nova Scotia. Well, there's nothing that happened here. What are you talking about? But your logical brain knows, yes, something terrible happened here. First of all, people died. Second of all, there isn't an accountability. Third of all, victims and their families are not being taken care of and treated with respect. Now, logical brain talks. I wouldn't like to have that happen to me. Why are you doing that to other people? But if you keep telling them in the media, they want to leave out all the details about, I don't know, say Lisa Banfield. Or if they construct stories and narratives, which further inflame things, right? There's this big, gigantic misogyny problem. What are you talking about? There was something horrific that happened there. It was not related to misogyny. But you want to create the problem. Now you have divided. Masks is another great one. And Steve so rightfully pointed out, because I'm can be quite short-tempered at times. And I don't suffer fools. I don't have a lot of tolerance for idiots. I'm sorry. When I say that, I mean everybody has a God-given brain. If you don't believe in God, then that's fine. But I happen to believe in Jesus Christ, and he does a lot of good things. And I think, anyways, that's a totally separate issue. And of course, that is a tune-out, right? Right away, that should be something right there. I don't care what anybody else does, but you've been conditioned. Why would you be conditioned to dislike anybody? Why would you be conditioned to hate or dislike? Now, I'm not saying anybody in particular. I'm not pointing fingers, just meaning generally. Why would that be happening to... My dog is very hungry. Why would you be conditioned to dislike somebody? Jesus Christ wasn't a bad... Even if you didn't believe he's the Son of God, he wasn't a bad dude. Seriously, read. He was a pretty good guy. Now, why would anybody ever say, oh, don't like that person, that's bad? But there is like a certain sandpaper feeling, you know? And it just doesn't feel right. Certain things don't feel right. Oh my God, the dog. Hi! Hi! Anyway, I'm going off into a lot of different areas. But people will take this because they will feel that this is their only answer. The point that I was saying about the masks. I don't hate a person who wears a mask. Why would I? Do I want them to use their God-given abilities to think for themselves and to read? But what happens? You inundate the world with all kinds of stuff. You've got to go and buy this, so therefore you're going to go in debt, so therefore you got to work harder, and it just keeps going more downhill, right? You tell the kids certain things, and I was saying the other day to my girlfriend's daughter, I said to her, I know that the teachers tell you not to speak about certain things that you learn. And I know people very well. When they lie, you can tell. And it's not as though I'm saying, you know, she's bad or anything like that. But she just bowed her head. She turned red. And she's like, why would you say that? And of course, I understand because I went through it. We all did. We get told certain things. Have they stepped that game up? Oh, yeah. And now they're talking this. And they've been talking this for a while. And people will take it because they'll say, what choices do I have left anymore? I can run away in the bush? How many people can do that? How many people have land? How many people, and even if you do, oh, they've got all kinds of wonderful laws and things set up. Drilling wells, burning wood, hunting. They made it so that you can't take care of yourself. Unless you are a lawbreaker. Why? That seems pretty illogical again. Anybody should be able to take care of themselves. I think, frankly, all people should know how to take care of themselves. Garden and do whatever. I'm not very much of a gardener, but whatever. But this, they pump you in the cities, right? And what do people know? Debt. Debt is slavery. It always has been. Everywhere you turn, they tell you to buy more. Buy. What is it? Number 4. I won't say what the term is. You know what I'm talking about, some of you. Replace religion with materialism. And people buy it. I need the latest thing. I need the, what the fuck, man? I don't need anything. Once upon a time, I lived a life that many people, frankly, probably would give their eye teeth for. But I understand now that's not important. I don't care. What I do care about is being a good person and having people around me that are good people. And I don't want to be beholden unto anybody, nor should anybody. You shouldn't pipe me full of your garbage, your propaganda all over the place. Oh, you should think this, you should think that, go do this, go buy that. Fuck you, man. I have a brain. I read. Maybe I'm wrong sometimes. Maybe I'll go around thinking I'm wrong, but you know what? That's my right. And if I'm not hurting anybody else or telling anybody else, you gotta do this or I'm gonna, then what's wrong with it? Personally, I like to live in a world, if you are able to show me that I'm wrong, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm totally out of it. I think I am what I am. What you see, and it's not some fucking NVIDIA creation garbage. What you see is what I am in real life. Maybe sometimes I'm a bit crass, and I certainly have a bad temper at times. But I'll stand up for what I believe. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. I'm not going to go running around, though, and hating on people for no reason. And Steve said it very succinctly the other day in a video he did. What was it he said? Don't hate the people. You look bigger. And usually my mind is very good in terms of that. But every once in a while, I'll lose myself in the swamp. And I called him and I said, you know what, dude? Thank you. Because I forgot. I get angry at people about the masks. I was on the phone with one of you who may or may not still be in here. And I walked into Walmart and the lady's like, excuse me, sir, you need to wear your mask. I was like, why don't you go fuck yourself? Take your mask, stuff it up your ass. And they were laughing on the phone. And you know what? Why? That's just rude. I was being rude. I was one in the wrong. Yes, I don't want to wear her mask, but I can be polite about it. I can just simply say, I'm not into that. I'm sorry. I don't agree with it. Because immediately, what have I created? Animosity. Animosity to anybody who doesn't want to wear a mask. She's just like, those people are rude. They're nasty. Oh, you create the problem. You create the solution. Bing. This whole time, we have been manipulated so badly. The psychological warfare, the trauma. You would never, ever in your wildest imagination, put anybody through that. Wars, death. No, you would never, because you're a good person. If you have a flat tire, you hope somebody will come and help you. And if you see somebody with a flat tire, more than likely, you're going to stop and help them. Because you're good. Not this world. Not this. But that's for another day. My stuff is... I have battles to fight. But all things come in due time. Due time, right? Let's see what some of you are saying. We'll clean up down there, hopefully. Hopefully we'll get some scumbags, expose some people who are really playing for the wrong team. Because if you're playing for the wrong team, you should be called out for it. I would expect to be. If I'm wrong, somebody better come along and give me a swift kick in the ass and say, you better get that one together. Anyway, let's see here. What have we got here? Polly, you love Polly. Google Rex McCool Park Gazebo. Google Maps. I just linked my unoriginal uncut video. Very interesting. Wow. Is there any way you can send that to me, Michael? I think you're still on the Discord. Is that correct? Can you send me the link? I really appreciate it. So you uploaded a full version and then it got edited. Is that what you're saying? Judicial Watch, Mercer. Yeah. Yep. See, and these are the things. These are, it's not to say that these organizations don't have truths. Of course they all do, regardless of where you sit in this spectrum that they've created. There is truths. They have to give you truths, because if they give you all lies, you'll never believe it. But if they give you some truths, well, depending on how busy you are with your life and how many things kids you've got to go and take, you won't have the time to go and look at something. Plus the mass inundation of data. Right? So nobody really goes through people's banks. And we just say our government. It's been a world that has been built on trust. And sad to say, there are people that will take advantage of that trust. And they know it. They know that you will trust. They know that I will trust. But do you see what they've done even there? Eroded your trust. Eroded my trust. How many people now will go, I don't know, give their phone number to somebody? Once upon a time, that was totally normal. Almost everybody, If you saw the guy doing something really bad, now it's like, no, what are you talking about? A number? You mean you talk on the phone? No, I don't do that. So they've isolated ourselves. And when it all burns down, and we get our heads screwed on, right? It's going to be a very sad world, because nobody's going to trust anybody else, because they'll figure out how much they've been fucked with. That's going to be a sad day, because the amount of trauma and shit that they will have to have gone through unto that point, the ones that still have the free thinking mind, sad, real sad. Doesn't have to be this way. Never had to be this way. If we buy it, we only have ourselves to blame. Nobody else. They like that too. Oh, it's so-and-so's fault. It's so-and-so's fault. No. Who goes through this life and goes to bed every night? You. Me. We allow it. That's a big difference. We're conditioned in many cases. And we'll buy it. Okay. No problem. I have no, what else am I going to do? I need my house. I've got to raise my kids. I've got to do this. So I have no other option. Ah, but you do. You do. You know that. I know that. Citizen Lab, tell them to analyze videos. Disney lays off 30,000 people. Disney is a wonderful thousand. Only 15,000 of them were pedophiles. Exactly. I mean, these things long ago, how much has our morality gone downhill? Have we allowed that morality to go downhill? Dishonesty? No, it's normal. It's common. It's okay. Cheating on your spouse. Not that it's okay, but it's quite accepted by and large, sadly, because they'll just be like, oh, okay, you know, I don't love you. Commitment to your partner? That's gone. Seriously, like, people will be like, oh, you're disposable. You're gone. Everybody has flaws. They make you think that everything is perfect, that a person's perfect. Fuck you, man. No. Maybe everybody else is. I certainly am not. I've got lots of things that I'm working on all the time. Personally. Not anybody, not pointing fingers. I just have to always look at myself. But I'm going to fucking keep working at it, I'll tell you. And I also know that other people are like that. Other people make mistakes. Other people have flaws. We're not perfect people. And we've been hurt and fucked with a lot. A lot. How many divisive issues are all over this world that didn't exist in our parents' time, in our grandparents' time? Just absolutely, they would be like, excuse me? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're speaking Chinese to me. Oh, you know, I got swatted. Or whatever in the hell else. It's mass mental illness on like a very large scale. True mental illness. But it's true trauma. Not the ones that they say, oh, you know, that they pipe you full of. The trauma that everybody has had to endure. And they're so desperate to get out of. How do I stop it? How do I stop it? Oh, okay. Seriously, go back in your grandparents' day. Think about it. I think about my, like, times ago. That's when I like to think. I don't like necessarily history books unless they're I've figured out. Where did they come from? Who owns the company? Because they changed all that, right? You go back in your grandparents' day. If you told my grandfather to stand on a dot, he would kick your ass. He'd be like, excuse me? You think I'm going to do that? No. And if you think I'm going to stand on a dot, you better fucking prove it. Give me the evidence. I just don't eat pablum. But these days, we do. Why? We are trusting people by nature. We trust politicians. We trust our education system with our kids. We trust. And then at the same time, they tell you, well, the trust you put in us. Trust the police. The trust that you put in us. By the way, we burn that all the time. So you know, as soon as you trust, you're going to get hurt. Does that send a very good signal to you? Do you think then you become less trusting? People are worried about their kids. They tell you, I mean, what kind of life do people even have anymore? I deal with old people in my volunteer work a lot. And I remember I went to You know, they scared the piss out of old people. Even not just old people. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said, I hadn't talked to them in a long time, and they said, you know, they had to literally be put on anti-anxiety medication, quite a strong dose, just so they could leave the house. They thought they were going to die. I'm like, no, I think it's okay. You're going to be okay. I go out. It's okay. I visit the old people. I frankly haven't seen any problems, thank goodness, anywhere I've been. But I was speaking with them. You know, I like to talk to old people because old people are wisdom. They've been through a fuckload. I've always loved them since I was a kid. I'd way rather hang out with somebody who was older. When I was just a boy, maybe that made me a loser. I don't know. I like to hang out with 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds. Not because they were dirty old men or women. No. Because they knew a lot of stuff, and I could ask them questions, and they could tell me stories about things they'd been through, and I knew somewhere in there, hopefully I'd retain a couple of those nuggets. And I have, I think, and they've come to help me in many ways. So I still love to listen to them, right? And I was talking to one of them the other day, and I said, you know, I'm real sorry for all the stuff that's going on. You know, it's got to be hard. And they said, you know, at first I was really afraid. I didn't want to come out of my, they live in an old folks home. And I didn't want to come out of my unit. And we were told not to come out of our unit. And we'd have to wear masks, and we'd have to stay away from everybody. And you know what? What kind of quality of life is that? I sat in my apartment by myself, and I had a TV. Maybe I understood how to use a computer, maybe. But I didn't get to talk to anybody. I didn't get to have any interaction with anybody. I was by myself. Or maybe I was with my husband. My kids couldn't come over. Nothing. I could talk on the phone. Social distancing. I always loved the term social. And I said, what kind of life? So I started to go out. And I found out I was okay. And even if there's something terrible boogeyman out there, I'd rather have a good life while I still can. And I was like, smart people. Always gotta love your elders, eh? Let's see what you got here. 1.6. Yeah. Oh, we're so... This is just it, but it's 0, 0, zeros. Hey, Blue, how's it going? Zeros, just zeros. But they're not worth anything. The paper the money was printed on to begin with wasn't really once upon a time. But they defrauded it. They figured out every system. The stock market, they create that. Oh, okay. You know, this is how you make money. We'll go and we'll take all your money. We'll pay you peanuts, but we'll lend it out at tons of money. We'll foreclose on people's homes. We'll drive up real estate prices because we're the ones that are selling those foreclosed homes. And then people are looking online. They're like, look at my home. It's worth so much. No, totally fake. All of it. All of it. So overwhelmed with all the extreme leftist crap running our country, both sides. Listen, right, left, it's just good people. But there is a contingency within that. Oof, gotta stay the fuck away from them. And they need to stay the fuck away from us. They have to be called out. Like honestly, you are evil. If that you want to pull that kind of stuff, you are evil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you've lost your way. I would love to bring you back if you can come. But if you can't, you're lost. Don't come and fuck with me and my family. Don't. Once a country is deemed a failed state, central bankers send the UN management their acquisitions. Oh, that happened before? Never happened, Seamus. What are you talking about? New Zealand? Really? Ford is going to shut down restaurants, put 30,000 people. Why? Why? Did he ask those 30,000 people what they would like? Would they like to be out of a job? Perhaps they may want to take that risk. Isn't it their right to, if they want to? I don't think some Yahoo gets to decide those kinds of things about me, for me. I get to decide. I don't ask them if they can come and impregnate my girlfriend for me. Get out of here. Bring your evidence. Bring your evidence. If you don't have it, I don't have much to listen to. If you've already lied to me before, we've got a problem. And you've got to be rebuilding some bridges. They claim Rome. Sun Tzu. Huh. Interesting. What are you talking about? Dancing trichomes? Oh, you are. The world doesn't have tons of smiles left in it for me all the time anymore, but I'll tell you, you've got a wicked sense of humor. I like it. I love it. I love smiling. I love intelligence. I've always appreciated intelligence. Something I try to aspire. Maybe one day. Autonomize now. Yeah. Yes. Everything. What was the study out of Oxford? 40 some odd % of jobs will be eliminated within the next 20 years. I don't even think it was that long. There was a girl I knew once upon a time who she trained. She was like, I said, what were you doing today? She's like, oh, well, I was training her, like the people who worked underneath her, on how to train them on an app, and then so that they could sell that app and explain to customers how to use that app. She didn't listen to me when I was talking about the elimination of jobs and things. And I said, oh, well, what does the app do? And she said, well, we don't need to have customer service people anymore. I said, so you trained people, you literally showed people on how to get themselves fired. I wouldn't feel very proud about that. I really wouldn't. Nor did she. She didn't understand it at first, but when she sat down, she thought about it. Because I said, all those people have families. Kids that need food. Food that they can barely afford as it is. And you're teaching them. Wow. We're so advanced, aren't we? We're so advanced. I feel so blessed with all this technology. Give me an old-fashioned book. You see, me, this is me. This is me. I read warrants on paper. I like it. It gives me something to hold on to, something to highlight, something to circle. It's not something I'm highlighting with a box that doesn't save itself, that maybe eliminates itself. I have this in my hand. And sure, it takes up room, and I'm very disorganized. But it feels good. It actually feels good. It's like a book, you know? You read a book. You're just sitting there. You have to be like Sharon's husband and learn how to smoke a pipe. I said, I'm not that sophisticated yet, nor intelligent enough to smoke a pipe. But well, I could picture myself smoking a pipe out at the ranch, reading a book. In the mountains. With God's beauty, Jesus' beauty all around me. And my brain. And other people's good brains. Not too shabby. Certainly feels better than a, whatever the fuck I want, 70-inch TV, 80-inch TV. Yay. Wow, I have an 80-inch TV. I've got kids I know who got good brains. Hopefully getting there. Yay, win. A lot more to write home about. That TV ain't going to be worth shit to me. Besides, you never lose. I see that, I heard something about it. I haven't read about it yet. That Mel Gibson's making a new movie. Should be very interesting. Not the Rothschild one, another one. I saw Shapiro was ripping it apart. Wonder why. Porn. Yeah, like, again, why? What does it do? Reset to socialism. Socialism is just more slavery. Control. Stand on dots. Do this, do that. The scary part is people don't understand. Many people, and I don't. I only understand what I've read, and I've read a decent amount or watched people who've lived in Eastern Bloc countries and what they've gone through. Wow. You can see it. It's like permanently etched on their faces. Hard emotions buried very deep in a lot of them, just because they've been beaten so badly. I was listening to stories of kids. For Steve was looking for stuff to do with the indoctrination system in schools and communism, and I was listening to them talk. These children, they didn't even know who their parents were. They didn't even know what their real names were. It wasn't some, hit piece or anything like that. They were just recounting their stuff. Or other kids who turned their parents in and never seen them again. They were like, oh, well, that was what we were told to do. And you could see it didn't do anything to them. I don't know them. I'm like, ouch. My heart breaks for you. But trying to understand evil, you can't. You just will be there constantly asking questions. Why? You'll never understand it. It's just evil. That's it. You can't say anything about it. It's just evil. Sorry. I don't really want to waste a lot of time trying to contemplate My good time, I'd rather waste it on, not waste it, obviously, but spend it with good people. Or trying to help somebody who's in a position that maybe they want to get back from that. You want to fuck me around? Well, why? I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, why? Because I certainly know you wouldn't do that for me. You've already fucked with me. What are you going to do? Hedging your bet. Don't do credit. There you go. Don't do credit. Never a borrower nor a lender be. Good ideal to live by. Hard to practice in principle. I'd way rather have nothing than debt. And certainly I know there are lots of people out there now that have lots of pretty things. But I don't care. My girlfriend's son was asking me what the best car I ever had was. He was quite shocked. And I was like, well, I had a couple of them. What good does it do you, though? Not much. I'd way rather have very little. It's good. No debt. Thank you. I wasn't in debt then, though, but I was not such a good person either. Game on. Destroy the world. Well, good people stick together. Good people stick together. Toilet paper, by the way, apparently is going to be on the demand, so you might want to get some of that. Lockdown's coming. Perhaps some other things. Food. Collapse way back in November. That was another thing that amazed me. All the people that would go out, I guess it was just because they needed a break, they needed something, but all the people who would go out to like drive-throughs during, closures of everything. It was like, you have the opportunity to stay at home and cook. You actually have time and to spend with your kids doing something. Why would you go out? So you can sit in your vehicle. But maybe I'm missing something. Halifax Matt. How goes? My memory is very terrible, but I do not recall seeing you. No offense if I've forgotten. But hello. I hope you're having a super day. Wage slaves. Oh yeah, they got the food one brewing up too. They've got that food shortage one. They were doing that. Cargill. I don't know who all was involved with that. Some very interesting folks years and years ago. They plan. They think. It was a great quotation I heard. We don't think in terms of a few, maybe a year or a couple of months. We think generations. I was like, oh, that's what we're up against. Ouch. Virginia-based Babel Street says instant software can translate into, yep. Hey! Yeah. Yeah. Yes, there was. It's one of my favorite scenes. I got the video banned for that. I'll be back in one moment. Yes, yes. No. Okay, sorry. Yes, USURY. Yum. Doesn't sound like something I would do to somebody else. At least maybe not anymore. Fashioned his own whip. They banned that video. They did not like that video when I did it. Cheers, Tommy. I appreciate that. Just a regular dude. That's all. Nothing special. Just like you, George Carlin. Mm-hmm. What? Exploding at the person at the store? That was. Yeah. I don't think they're in the channel anymore. They may go back and watch it. I don't know. We'll see. Hoy. I will not comply nor consent. They win. But people boil over. It's a human response to lies. Yes. This is why people are very aggravated. This is why you see a lot of an escalation in violence. Partly. Because we're just getting inundated with fucking crap. Why would you do that? Huh? Evil. Bing. I'm not going to let evil win. Hopefully. Only wins if you succumb. I spend all my downtime now, reading when I'm not dealing with Nova Scotia shit and volunteering, reading the Bible. That's all. Learning. Wow. A lot of great stuff. I love going to Costco without one. Remember the song? I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. An asshole. Park in handicapped places while handicapped people make handicapped faces. I'm an asshole. Oh, there you go. Sorry, I skipped ahead. That's funny. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that, Michael. Yeah, those poor RCMP. Like, seriously, I know people are like, oh, RCMP are bad. Don't fall prey to that one. Don't. Please. I understand. They're making people very angry at the RCMP. Don't fall prey to the fact that most all of the RCMP on the ground, I would think, I'll go with that, are good people. Very good people. And they get fucking beat, man. Really beat down. I'm going to start doing some stories because it is really horrific. Some more stories about that. It is unbelievably horrific how they treat their own people. And we pay for that. It's us. We treat our own people really badly. We have people employed for us that are extremely evil people who need to be fired. I would never treat anybody like they are. Unbelievable. You want to have somebody in your force and allow them to run around and rape women in the force just so that, because you may have to revisit some cases and you may Burnell is who I'm speaking of, if you guys don't know. Unbelievable. And they gave him, what, 1 day off, I think? Criminal. He's a rapist. Multiple times. Multiple women, including one of the women, killed herself. What about her family? And our employees said to him, you know what? You get a day off. That's it. And we'll write it up on your record. Still in charge. What the fuck? He's a serial rapist. You think he's still doing it? Oh, most certainly. He better drop his gun and badge when he runs into me on the street, because maybe I'll lose, but I'll tell you, I'll give him a hell of a fight. RCMP pension plan is used to invest green energy points. Invest in Chinese manufacturing. They were. That's right. They have been the whole time. Oh, and Morneau handling RCMP pensions. That's shocking. Seems like, I don't know, maybe some of these people work together. Don't say that. No. That's conspiracy theory. Somebody said that the other day to Steve. They said what we do is conspiracy theory. I'm like, first of all, they were able to answer right away. And they said, oh, I couldn't help you. You're into conspiracy theory. Well, you know what that means? They were watching. How did you know? Evil is not very intelligent. I was like, fire back a comment to this person. Why don't you tell them that their lack of help, maybe they could possibly speak to Tara about it. Maybe when she's looking for answers as to how she lost half her family in one night, maybe you could answer her. If you can fucking look somebody in the eye and do that, you got a serious problem. Yeah. Well, my granddad, he was a smart man by that point. He quit drinking. He was still kind of a bit of a, I don't know, ornery bastard, but I loved him to pieces. Not one of those emotional guys, though. except deep down. Multi-generational spoon-fed sheeple. Stupidity break the world. Oh, good to hear. Good to hear, Blue. Lucky to have you tune in. Harles. Oh, anything and everything. It's just pillage and rape from everybody. Doesn't matter. Then they get it. So they blame somebody else, and then they inflame more wars and nonsense. Fuck you, man. People really need to just wake up to how we're getting messed. I don't know. Hopefully, I'm not a person that pushes anything on anybody else, but I really do hope that people, not in an organized sense, but find their way back to Jesus, find their way back to God. Not such a bad thing. Really. Some morals, not, it worked before. I can't help seeing connections, things in my past, people happening today. And that's been freaking me out last few. A lot of us are more alike than we should be. Ponderings. Yeah, you ponder. That's an awesome word. I love pondering. Pensive. There's another one. Pensive. There's only so much sports and weather you can talk about. Mind you, I'm not much of that, but they like the distractions. Population control. Yeah. People used to have big families, I did the math on one of my videos, and I was showing how the destruction of the family because of the money and the contraception and things like that. And I'm not laying down a position one way or another, but it's just sad. Lots of people don't have kids because A, they don't have commitment to their partner, as in real commitment. I'm going to fucking fight wars for you, probably with you some. Well, not probably, I will, but I know that you're going to be there for me, and I'm definitely going to be there for you, and we'll get through this one together. That's commitment. Pretty awesome. But if you don't have the wherewithal, you have the logic, let's not get ourselves stupidly in debt or anything like that. How can you afford to have kids? You can't. Kids are very expensive now to have. They're obviously our legacy and the most beautiful thing, but they want to rob that from us. Fuck you, man. Academia. Oh, you sound like Yuri. The only thing I had a problem with Yuri, he failed to mention one word. I don't know if that caught, you guys can catch my eyes when I'm doing that. I know a couple of you know what I'm talking about for sure. Always make these allusions to something, right? Don't come out quite and say it. I can't, because I'll get in shit. And it's a battle for another day, but toilet paper, good collection of missing socks. Oh, well, that's not very good for the environment. Or are you washing them? That actually, I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. Yes. Oh, yes. Is this more to do with, is that out of the tie or whatever? Operation, what the hell do they call it? Overlord or no, I don't. They always have some funky names for everything. Like there's something important. Intelligence, not very big up there, really. Honestly, I seriously don't think in a room with a bunch of us sitting down answering history questions or anything, mathematics, whatever, going to have some problems. Going to have some problems. You mean I can't use a calculator? I can't copy paste? Copy paste, holy fuck, copy paste. What the fuck, man? Oh, you did? Is this me? You're sending pictures and videos? They're not those dirty kind, I hope. I'm just teasing. Just teasing. Thank you very much. BabbleStreet.com. Okay, you're really into the Babel stuff. I guess we're going to have to chat. We will, of course. I'm. You're losing me a little bit with the Babel. What are you talking about? No, that can't be. No. You may be breaking conditioning. People might get a bit upset. One thing you're really not supposed to talk about. Meyer Lansky. There's an interesting one. There we go. Who's in charge of all that? That was a great video. Adelson. Big kid on the block now. Oh, yeah. How big are these people? Just with our money. Go fuck yourself, man. You've learned to steal and lie and cheat. And that's your something with zeros, fake zeros. Like, go fuck yourself. No, you're zero is what you are. Go somewhere else. Project Wide Awake 2.0. I'm going to have to learn about the Babel because I only know about the Wide Awake 2.0. It's the latest one I know. Evil grows in the dark. They hate light. Yeah. Well, they hate light when people shine it on them and call them on it. And then suddenly more and more people point their fingers and say, I know what you're about. I know what you're trying to do. We're wise to you. We're hip. We're not going to play that anymore. You want to do that to your own family? You want to lie and cheat and steal and kill and manipulate other people into your wars? Go somewhere else. Do it somewhere else. We're not doing it. We're not playing. Who's this? Allison heads the ADL? No. Marin. How goes? Did you go to Mexico? I heard you maybe went to Mexico. Energy is being distracted and being ruled, regulated, non-productive. Point fire, I might take issue with that one. What choice do they have? They don't even know. They don't even know. They go to school, they come home, they get on video games, which teach them things. They watch movies that teach them things, listen to music that teach them things. They don't go and... Oh no. Todd, did I just see that? Oh. That's not a good thing to say. You did go to Mexico. How was your trip? You did go to Mexi. See, did your sale go through? I heard you mentioned that you were selling something. How did that go? Hopefully you got some tan and some rest and relaxation. Came home. All right. Well, I think I'm caught up on messages finally, and I'm almost at truly the weirdest time. The weirdest time down there. How does that work that you get to go away? I thought borders were a problem. Yep, absolutely. 100% on that comment, Stan. Numbers. It's all numbers game. 15B is Enfield. Okay, that's what I thought, but I was hopeful that it would be something else. Free for all questions. Do you have questions, Churro? I don't have many answers. You can ask if there's a question, but I don't know a lot, so. What do I think of JFK? Oh, well, there are people that speak out. I didn't want to say anything about what you were selling. I was respectful. I just left it at selling something. As best I can, I try to honor people's privacy. What is that? Use your press pass to fly. I would like to know why some of the press is not advertising certain details, aside from the fact that they're completely owned. Now, here's a question. Maybe you can answer this, Maren. Jane Gerster. Why did Jane Gerster leave Global? And does Jane Gerster have any funny connections? Aside from certain ones. Yes, you sent dirty videos? Is that what you're saying? I hope not. That wouldn't be cool. Just teasing. Oh, goodness, I've got quite a pile of messages here. Oh, no. Is it? I think that's right. I don't even know my email. Guinness. Oh, goodness. I love Guinness. I loved it in my old days. Jane Gerster. Yeah. She's an interesting cat. Everybody's connected in this story. Everybody connected. Excuse me. All right. Well, that's 4 hours. 4 hours I'll never get back. I'm totally teasing. Totally teasing. Great 4 hours, as always. Love hanging out with good folks, learning and having a chat. So I do hope that everybody has a great day. Even though it's probably widely unpopular, I do hope that Jesus watches over you all. Have a super day.